Good evening. This is the February 22nd regular meeting of the Board of Directors of Reston Association. I'll ask for unanimous consent to adopt the agenda as it's in your booklet. Any objection? Hearing seeing no objection, the agenda is adopted as proposed. The next order of business is member comments. I know we have one member who's signed up to speak. Anyone else? Brittany?
No additional signups. We have Dave Kerr.
Mr. Kerr?
Thank you. My name is David Kerr. I live at 10718 Midsummer Drive, and I'm chair of the Fiscal Committee. And I noticed in your packet tonight that you have, in the CEO update, some information on an operating cash policy.
Dave, can you pull the mic closer to you?
I can do that, or I can get closer too. Is that helpful?
It's on?
It is on.
Okay.
I will speak up. Sorry about that. So we've worked for several months with staff on discussing an operating cash policy and what to do about identification, reporting, maintenance, et cetera. So I wanted to share some of those things with you tonight, since you're going to be seeing, I think, this for maybe the first time in your packet this month. First of all, cash reserves. What is it? Well, it's any unrestricted cash, operating cash, that the organization uses to cover its short-term spending, emergency needs, any type of overage, underage that exists in the business as you go month to month. And every organization has to have a policy. While we've never had a written one, I think we've always kind of managed to an unstated policy, and it's about time that changed. No two organizations should have the same policy. It depends on who you are and what you are and how you run your business. RA has a very fixed set of income in assessments. They have a very consistent program and services revenue, and they manage to a pretty strict expense budget. So while you look up, you can go do a query and look up what nonprofits ought to have for cash reserves. You'll read something like, oh, 3 to 6 months of operating expense. Well, not in the case of RA. We have a very, much more streamlined cash flow and known cash flow. And we believe that somewhere around 1 to 2 months is a much smarter way to manage the business. Everybody needs some type of operating cash on hand to manage the fluctuations. Cash is the most volatile account that you have in the organization, obviously with all of your payroll and expenses. We came up with several recommendations that we made to staff. The first of which, we just got to separate restricted and unrestricted cash information, which we haven't been doing. Well, let me rephrase that. It certainly exists in our ledgers. It doesn't exist in what we report out to the board. It doesn't exist in what we report out to members. And that's a failure that we need to resolve. We also recommended setting up a range for the reserve, about 1 to 2 months. And I say about because, you know, this is something you don't want to cast in concrete. Okay, the business needs can change. Just RA's business alone, we spend twice as much in the summer as we spend in the winter. We don't have a straight flow of expenses. So you need flexibility as you manage that cash. So the third thing we thought was really important was to make this part of the overall RA financial operating procedures. And what I mean by that is not a resolution. This is an operating policy. It's something that should be reviewed constantly. It should be argued constantly if necessary, but something that is watched by the finance department, watched by fiscal, and in the case of financial operating procedures, it's even watched by our external auditors on an annual basis. So what I saw in the write-up for tonight was many of these things implemented. I was very pleased to see many of those things in there. In fact, I think they went beyond, I think Mac and his team went beyond the things that we recommended, included things around investments, and even some additional reporting improvements in the future. So based on that, I would like to make sure you know that fiscal supports this strongly, and we hope the board supports it as well. And I'll stop early so that you can get out early tonight. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Kerr. And thank the Finance Committee for all their hard work. Is there anybody else in the room who would wish to speak to the board? Please, sir. And as you approach, if you could give us your name and your address.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, all. My name is Rohit Deshpande. My address here for the Reston Association is 2388 Southgate Square, Reston, Virginia. That's my rental property. I live in Chantilly, Virginia. So last week, I got a letter from the bank, my bank, PNC Bank, that they are going to honor some garnishment amount in the amount of some $7,000. And I was shocked to see, because I never heard of that, what the garnishment, what does it mean and all that. And I called them and they said there is a due from Reston Association. And I was not aware of that. And I looked into their letter. I tried to understand what they are trying to say. And then I called the office here, and they told that I need to call the collection agency. And then I called them, but they were not available. Then I went to court, and they asked me to see if I can go approach the judge, and I filed a motion, and they honored my motion, and they said we will be meeting in May, or sometime in May. The reason is I never got any communication from Reston Association. I had no, because I am being, if you see my credit report, I have, I don't want to boast, but my score is almost 835. I have never made any late payments anywhere. I'm paying the HOA as well, Reston HOA. So the problem that happened is I'm just not getting any mail. And 6 years back, in 2018, I had sent a message to association as well as the, I think Lisa Payne is her name, who is the counsel with the collection agency, that my address, my mailing address is different. So send me all the mails there. So I never received an email. So I have no reason not to pay, and I told the same thing to the attorney whom I met yesterday. And I told the judge the same thing, and they said that the request would be going to the association. So I would kindly, I would request all you guys to, please honor it, because I have no reason not to pay. And I am ready to, I told them that I would set up an automated payment. I just did not, absolutely had no clue that this is being due and I owe all this amount. And I initially, in many places, you only have one association. So I thought I am paying HOA, and that covers everything. So I had no idea about this. So I would really appreciate, and if you can, look into it. I hope when they say that it will go to association, it really goes to association. But that's what the attorney told me, that they are going to send my request to association. I told him that I can pay you right away, whatever the principal amount is due. I just don't think I deserve that, all the additional cost. I had absolutely no idea about it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. This is not the place for this conversation to go forward. We have counsel involved in the situation. I encourage you to speak with counsel. Our general counsel is sitting here at table, and our finance department is also involved in those kind of arrangements. And I'm sure between our outside counsel, our general counsel, and finance, they will work out an approach to your situation. Thank you.
I already called them, but they said they cannot talk to me. I need to talk to the the collection agency, and collection agency told
That's
me
right.
that I need to talk to association, so I don't know who is telling the truth, or.
We'll pursue that. We'll have our general counsel pursue that and work out the situation.
Is it Mr. Anthony Chamber? Are you going? Okay.
Mr. Champ, and we'll talk to our collection attorney and we'll try and figure out what's going on. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Have a good night. Next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. Can I have a motion? Move the adoption of the consent calendar. Second?
Second.
All those in favor of the consent calendar will say aye.
Aye.
Director Dodd, Director Jussack. I see Director Jussack. Director Dodd, what say you? You're muted, ma'am.
Sorry, I am trying to follow up and say yes, aye.
Okay, that's unanimous of all those present and voting. Next item on the agenda is the CEO update. Mr. Cummins.
Thank you, President Farrell. In your packet this evening, we gave you two separate items as part of the CEO update. There's no action required for either item. It's informational for you all on a couple of topics that I wanted to make sure I kept you in the loop on. I think as there may be some questions or some things you all may want to talk about, probably hit them sequentially, in order. One of the things that, so I'll start with organizational assessment. One of the things that I wanted to do when I first came here is take a look at our organization. And what I mean by that is how we're organized internally. This was an internal facing study. It was not meant to be an external facing study. So we looked at structure of the organization, communication lines, how service is distributed, was there duplication, were there gaps, was there siloing, those sorts of things. So we went through a procurement process. We eventually hired Barry Dunn. They came on site and did a number of things with us that I highlighted in the agenda memo. So what I thought would be helpful is to give you the executive summary. So you can see some of the high-level findings, including some of the SWOT analysis. We've already begun implementing a range, in fact, a host of the things that came up. In many ways, some of the things that came up and we heard from our staff as part of the 360 feedback validated or was consistent with some of my observations as a new CEO here. So I listed off a number of different things that we have set up that we think will pay dividends for growth within the organization, but ultimately I believe anytime we make organizational improvements, they improve service to the membership. So I listed off a number of those things. I don't think going through all of them would make sense in this format, but I'm happy to speak to or have Peter speak to any of those things.
Director Mapar.
Mike, thank you. I have a couple of questions and clarifications. First of all, in the background, you mentioned Q4 2024. I think that's a typo. Is it
Yeah, I apologize, 23, yeah.
Okay, yeah. You said there were 3 firms. Who are the other 2?
You remember in the bid?
Yeah, so there was one local firm called FEA that we spoke to. I don't remember the third.
Okay.
I know.
Director Mapar, other questions?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank
Take
you.
your time.
Just bear with me. On page 10 of the report, the last line before conclusion, it talks about succession planning. It would be helpful, we don't have to go through the details now, but if you provide some information as far as the findings, what you intend to do, what you plan to do. And then I also want to ask you, did Barry Dunn find anything that you didn't know about the organization? Anything shocking? Anything out of the ordinary? And while you're thinking about that, let me ask my other question, which is, what are the top 3 recommendations that Barry Dunn has given you that you're implementing now?
Let me try to hit question 1 and 3. I may need to talk to Peter. I don't recall anything completely shocking.
Okay.
Thinking about sort of the top 3 things in succession planning and kind of
so what does succession planning mean to me? Succession planning is a big term. I mean, I think sometimes you say that term and you're thinking about identifying individuals or what the next promotion, that sort of thing looks like. I think about building the leadership and management skills at multiple layers of the organization so that we build the strategic thought process within the organization. And that, of course, leads to more highly qualified candidates that are in better positions to further their own careers if they choose to do that. There are a number of people that are capable of being senior executives and choose not to because they like doing whatever it is they're currently doing. So I'm looking to build the skill set at the management and leadership level. One of the things that we have done to that end, and I'm going to hand it over to Peter, I strongly believe, and as Peter and I have talked about this, that idea can be implemented by looking at least one level below what you all know as the SLT or the department director group, and having them play a more instrumental role in organizational policy making or recommendations as compared to just being a deputy director within a department, let's say. So exposing them in a way that they're not typically exposed to.
XLT.
And so we're using the term XLT, and Peter's actually already organized that, and started that. I think, and I'll just cover the other two that we've immediately implemented. The Business Practices Committee, I think, has been hyper successful. So that's a group, and I'll hand it off to Peter, generally meant to evaluate our business practices, multi-departmental, especially when there's crossover, and suggest improvements that we can immediately implement. And then Member Services Committee. So Member Services touches our membership in the most obvious way, and so we are looking at improvements immediately there. There are, of course, more profound organizational improvements that are going to happen, so I could talk to those, but why don't I have Peter speak to the XLT?
While Peter is getting ready for that, I'll just add, this diagram organizational chart, is this the as is or to be?
As recently changed, so as is.
As is. And then last comment is, I didn't see anything about training or mentoring or cross-fertilization. Did I miss that?
No, so if I could address that, Director Rapar. So just quickly on the business practices group, we intentionally set up the group to be below the director level. So we have lots of manager level staff with some directors attending when they feel like they should. But the point of the group is from a collaborative standpoint, from a de-siloing perspective, to get folks working together to talk about the processes we need to be successful as a team. To date, I think we're up to 40 or so standard procedures that I call them publishing. But we go through a pretty rigorous review process. One or two representatives from each department review these documents to make sure that we're not missing something from this department does this and we're not talking to finance or we're not talking to recreation. So it's been successful. I'd say we kicked it off in October. We have a standing meeting, agendas, and we work through 10 or 15 standard procedures per meeting. And we're working through publishing them as we go. So I'd say it's been very successful. And I think it actually addresses what we heard in the assessment, which was there is some tendency for siloing here, and we're really trying to address that and break that down. From the standpoint of looking into the future and succession planning, the XLT is designed in sort of the same way to bring leaders up from the mid-level or bottom of the organization to address what we're calling business challenges, to make it more of a working meeting and to think about things from a different perspective than maybe we see them from a leadership level. So I think we are actively addressing some of the things we heard in the organizational assessment. I'll just add to what Max said. I was not caught off guard by the things we saw in the assessment, which I think is a positive thing. I think we've seen some of these issues. Barry Dunn saw the same issues, and we are actively working to address them.
You had another question?
Yeah, there's a question about training. I don't recall specifically what it says about training in there.
Or mentoring.
Yeah, there is a big concept in terms of the feedback we heard, and it may have been in one of the appendices, about talking about training, not just through the lens of like technical training, but more management, leadership, understanding growth types of training. And so we are working right now, Peter and I in our HR department, on an organizational development training plan for the organization. It's internal facing, of course, but that sometime this year, rolling that out.
Thank you. I'll just remind you that when you and I had a conversation a few months ago, the subject of mentorship and succession planning, and that all of that came up, and I think it's very important for an organization like this to empower people and just basically find the right people and so on. Thank you.
Other questions for the CEO, Director Greiwich?
Was there anything that you disagreed with in this analysis? And that can take two forms, whether that's something that you maybe had been identified as a weakness that you are currently maybe slow playing to see if this is truly something that the association needs to address at a deeper level, or something that was listed as a potential strength that you see as more of an opportunity or a weakness that needs some greater thought and resources?
I think I'm going to have Peter weigh in on this too. I think there were some recommendations about location of certain, like structural location of certain services that we eventually disagreed with, but after we talked it through with Barry Dunn, they understood because they just didn't know sort of the complexity of the again, because it was facing inward, they were just thinking of best management practices in other organizations. And okay, now I understand why you put this in recreation or not over here, that sort of thing. But I also think there was some things that they brought up that we said, oh yeah, we should think about that. We should potentially move this over here, or maybe there's a long-term plan for what these two things might do together, stuff like that. And catch you totally different.
Nothing that caught us off guard. I would say, from a technology perspective, this was listed in both our weaknesses and threats area. So that is something we're actively trying to address, mostly from a systems perspective. What can we automate that gets off of paper? Some of you have heard, I know Travis has heard this a couple times now, we've instituted this new system where we can route documents that end up in your board packet. So they start at one place and they route from person to person without version issues and things like that. We're also trying to address our internal employee review process by getting that all off of paper too. So looking at our weaknesses, I think they nailed it as far as technology is concerned when we're actively working to address those.
Anything else? Anybody else? I had several. On the second page, at the SWOT analysis, there were two items under threats that I didn't understand, and maybe you can help me. The second bullet said difficulty adapting to rapidly evolving industry trends. Help me understand what that was, please.
I think I'm going to, so the way the survey data was taken in Barry Dunn's conclusion was somewhat anecdotal, as well as there was a survey that had some numerical scores. On that one, John, I would posit that you'll also notice there was a comment or a bullet point here about how hard it is to get away from this is how we always do it. I think that's of the same ilk. So as industry standards change, it's not that there's a reluctance to change so much as the organization's having difficulty moving as quickly as it can as industry needs change.
I guess I was really focused more on what evolving industry trends people were talking about in the area of homeowner association management or whatever.
I think it would be, I'm going to look to Peter, because this will be a detailed finding based on the survey feedback. I think it was more granular than that. I think it would be something within a governance department or within a rec department. And so the general finding was the staff are saying we're having trouble as an organization pivoting on those things.
On the same page, challenges related to the board's involvement hinder operational progress. I'm curious about that. What was that about?
So I don't have specifics on that, John. Those comments came in. We saw the comment and we saw Barry Dunn's analysis, that meaning you see it here listed as a threat. I guess all I can report to you is the staff said that it's their impression that the board interaction causes some hindrance. Beyond that, if there's a desire to continue having that conversation, but there was no specifics on that.
Okay, if there was something that the board could do to make the organization run more smoothly, the board ought to know about it, and I think every board member here would want to know what we could do to eliminate that hindrance. Because that comment, again, is on page 3. On page 4, the second full paragraph, 43% of employees disagree or strongly disagree with the organization of core values. And I didn't understand what the phrasing troubled me, but I didn't understand exactly what it was telling me.
So what that comment is telling you, John, is that 43% of the employees are having difficulty seeing the operationalization of those core values. So not that they disagree with the core values, but they're having trouble linking the work they do every day or the management of that work to those core values. And so that's that's a bigger number than I would have wanted, to be honest, amongst the staff, especially for staff that are so committed to Reston. I think that could be a communication thing, but it could also be okay, well, let's talk about what that means. So when you see the mission vision of the organization from a community service standpoint, how are you not seeing your work in that? And do you have ideas for other things you could be doing that would serve the membership better? That's kind of the concept that that's after.
Okay, that's helpful. And if you're giving any feedback to Barry Dunn, that could have been worded to more clearly communicate what that idea is, because it came across as if the staff doesn't agree with what the organization mission is or something along those lines. And it was like, I don't get it. I'll be with you. Go ahead.
I think from reading the
Mike.
document.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I think from reading the document, the intention there was to, later on, that gives more depth in it. And I think it is addressing the question of the lack of training so that the mission and what they do are tied together in that training, so they have a better understanding of how that's related. And so that is what they're pointing to, I think.
Yep.
Anyway, I think I understand English, but I couldn't understand that phrase. This XLT that we're talking about creating, is that, are we adding another layer of management here?
No, these are all existing managers that report to department directors. And in some places, they're just very senior leaders in the organization.
But are we saying that things have to go through this XLT before it gets to the board?
No.
No, so that's actually a really good question. The idea is to expose more members of the organization overall to more organizational wide issues. So getting more people involved, just hearing more information, listening to more information, and helping us make decisions. But it doesn't add another layer of decision making.
Okay, great. The next question I had was on page 8, but it's actually a carryover of page 7. So it says, when asked about process needing improvement, employees offered the following ideas, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet down, board resolutions and other board processes such as composition changes. I didn't understand what they were suggesting. Do you?
I think that's speaking more to just what do our resolutions say and how do we get that information out to our staff, and when the resolutions are changed, how do we tell our staff about that?
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Johnson.
I do. I understand that this is the executive summary. Presumably, there is a more detailed description of their suggested remedies for these issues in the report? And is there a way for us to see that?
I thought that actually covered most of what they have.
Most of them.
Yeah, I think this actually covers most of I mean, they did not give a sort of play-by-play how to solve every issue, so much as the issue identification, and some guideposts. So I think this actually is fairly representative. Most of the data in the actual report is the statistical data around the individual questions and how it rolled up to this.
So would you have categorized this as an organizational audit as opposed to assessment?
No, I think I would have called
An audit is typically where they tell you what's wrong. Assessment is usually where they tell you what's wrong and here are solutions to address what's wrong. They bridge the gap between what is and what isn't, what should be and what isn't.
Yeah, I mean, if I follow your comment, I think they did give us a fair amount of, here's where we think you have gaps or silos, or here where the communication things are. Here are some ideas for structural change, some of which we implemented, and as Jalal was asking, in the org chart, some of which we didn't, for some of the reasons I answered Trevor. But I do think they helped us with that. In many ways, too, just to go back, because there were no major surprises, some of the things had already been implemented or were in process, too.
I'm thinking along the lines with some of the issues that President Farrell pointed out with regards to, for instance, board resolutions and, the board interaction, creating difficulties with staff operations. I was looking for some recommended solutions from the assessors.
So I can speak to that because they got the feedback from staff and identified it, and it fit within the rest of their findings. They were not really going to be in a position to offer recommendations, let's say, on how to address, I'll call it red tape in the procurement process. But they identified that as an issue, and we need to try to solve that. And some of the resolutions cause that based on spending authority or what has to get to the CEO versus what a department director can do, which causes some pain points for the staff. So I'm actually compiling a list of those sorts of things to be able to talk to you about to address some of those things.
Director Josek, Director Dodd, I didn't mean to ignore you if you had any issues on this element. I mean, the organizational assessment is, I'm sorry?
I had one.
Go ahead.
Following up on what Travis was asking, I think the board would very much appreciate that list that you were referring to, Mac, because I think that we do want to address any issues that the assessment found.
Sure. Let me go ahead and commit to that. So we are in the process of implementing a number of things. I don't have a timeline for you, Jennifer, on some of the specific things that are coming up tonight, but I'm in the process of putting together an action plan that will probably go by quarter throughout this year and maybe into early next year on a bunch of these different things. So let me take a look at the timing of when I can look at some of the resolution or things that directly involve the board as compared to things that Peter and I are just addressing, and I'll swing back with you all.
Jennifer,
That
can
would
you?
be
Okay.
that would be helpful.
Yeah, I just wanted a sound level. Sean's in here adjusting our microphone levels. I wanted to make sure I could hear you. Thank you for that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Was there anything else? The only observation I wanted to share with the board is that this fundamentally is an internal document and process to the CEO and how the CEO operates with the staff. My only questions were to the extent that the board interacts with staff, and I leave it to the CEO to go forward and get into details here. And I appreciate, Mac, you sharing this with us. There are CEOs that might not have done that or might have objected to doing that. So I think it gives the board some comfort that we're, generally speaking, headed in the right direction. And if there are things that come out of here that the board can do to make the operation run more smoothly, I think the board is telling you we're open to that. So you had something else under the CEO?
Yeah, so moving on to the, sorry.
Did you have something?
Yeah, just a clarification. Just a clarification, Mac. On this organization chart, when I asked, is it as is or to be, you said this is what it is today. Is this based on, as a result of the organizational assessment / audit that was done, that you came up with this, or is this the way it has always been?
No, we definitely made some moves. So
I know you moved some things to the COO.
right. So three things happened kind of within about 60 days. So board approved a budget that included some new positions that we needed to figure out reporting relationships and how they would best fit into the organization. We were finishing, this up, and then we're looking to hire some vacant positions. So anytime we're hiring vacant position, we're looking at where should it, fit. Kind of all three of those put together led us to best recommendations from Barry Dunn, our own thoughts, a lot of internal discussion, and that's where we're at now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready to move on?
Yep. So the second item E1C, is the operating cash policy discussion. You heard during member comment from the chairperson of the fiscal committee, Dave Kerr, his thoughts. Again, this is an information-only item, but I think it would be worthwhile to make a few kind of high-level notes from a running the organization CEO standpoint. I think this was a really worthwhile exercise to have gone through, even though I think a number of people involved in it were frustrated. We had a lot of interesting conversations. It's gone on for quite a while, even though it came up very profoundly during the budget process. It's actually been going on for some time, staff and the fiscal committee. What I think the best part of this that I want to share with the board is I came to understand more fundamentally that our membership did not understand what our cash is. And in some ways, I think a lot of people involved in this did not understand what our cash is. So having commingled funds, some of which are restricted and some of which are not, was causing tremendous confusion. How much money do we really have in the bank? Have we overcharged members? I mean, all those sorts of natural questions came out of this. And I like to use the term color of money. It's a government term that we talk about when there are specific restricted funds that you cannot use for certain things. And maybe I've been conditioned for that. Jalal's laughing because he spent his a lot, yeah. But I think what came out of this is I outlined all the stuff we're already doing and what we plan to do. We came up with a procedure that was a combination of the staff and the fiscal committee and largely the chairperson and our treasurer and a couple of people on fiscal for how we will determine end of the year cash, which means we will have one number and we will tell you when we're going to have that one number so we don't have the changing spreadsheet issue that was popping up towards the end of last year. We also came to understand that once we pulled out all the restricted funds, and I'll talk about those here in a minute, that our operating cash, what we'll call operating cash relative to budget, it fluctuates up and down a little bit each year. Sometimes we are slightly over because we have savings. That's almost always in salaries. Sometimes we've been a little bit under. So we looked at the last 7, 8, 9 years. Over that time period, we've collected about little under $2.8 million in total cash relative to a $20 million budget over 10 full years. That's actually pretty close from an operating standpoint. That basically represents right now somewhere between 1 and 2 months of expenses. From our perspective, that's right in the wheelhouse of probably where you want to be for unrestricted cash. So things come up. The board decided, I just used the example because it just happened recently, we wanted to lobby down in Richmond. That was obviously not a budgeted amount. It's good to have cash on hand when you decide you want to do something like that. So basically what we've outlined at the big picture level is we are going to continue to manage the cash. What you see in the policy is the way we are currently administering our cash. I plan to report back at least quarterly to the board, on these things as we go forward. And I'm also going to want to sit down with our new chief financial officer once that person is hired and take a look at the things that I put together with the fiscal committee and see if there are any, recommended updates to that. Ultimately, this is just an internal policy that the finance department will administer. But I think the biggest thing that we want to talk about is once you pull out the restricted cash, and I'm working with our attorney and our finance department on exactly what we can use that money for, and I'll be back with you all. So just sidebar, we may be able to use some of that money for some things that will help offset the budget. We just want to make sure we are crystal clear on that with legal counsel before we start talking about how that could affect next year's budget. So anyways, information only, but happy to answer any questions. I know Treasurer's been involved in this. I'm happy to answer as well.
Did you want to be heard on it? Then I'll get.
I think the issue has been litigated far enough, and staff has come up with a good position. It really reflects the flexibility necessary to operate in an environment where you're spending $20 million a year. And I think we also have to keep in mind the total amount of capital assets, not just the book value, but how much we will spend over the next 20 years, which will be just about $100 million in order to maintain those. And that's in today's costs, not when you actually execute on those costs. And as we've seen with the Lake Thoreau pool, that is substantially the same pool which was replaced, and it cost $1 million more than was originally projected. So I'm for flexibility. I don't think, again, in the context of this organization, $3 million, whatever number at any point in time is an unreasonable amount to have in hand and available for whatever contingency arises.
Mr. McClure.
Before I get to you, Dave, thank you very much for everything that you've done and all your work. Really appreciate that. Mike, when does the CFO start her work?
We are in the recruitment process right now. I believe we have some good candidates and we're moving towards interviews.
What's the timeline?
Generally, interviews over the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm going to say. And then after that, select a candidate and negotiate.
So you have a list?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this? I see Director Dodd and Director Jussack have their hands up. Director Dodd?
Yeah, just a quick question from my own understanding, because as Dave Kerr mentioned during his conversation with us, that we're in an organization where our monthly expenses vary so much across the course of the year. So when we talk about having cash reserves to cover 1 or 2 months of expenses, I would hope that's 1 or 2 months of our summertime expenses when they're higher. Is that understanding correct?
Lori, I think I would say it's more of an average across the year, but I appreciate the question. It's a really good one. As we look at when we have money versus when we may have a problem, or let's say need to break into the piggy bank, we collect almost all of our money at the end of the year and then slowly spend over the course of the year. So if we had a problem in the summertime, we still have all of the assessments we collected from early in the year and typically don't have a cash flow problem causing the issue you might be concerned about.
Thank you.
Anything more, Director Dodd?
No.
Director Jussack?
I want to go to the last 2 pages of the recommendation in the last couple of bullet points. So it starts to talk about, if at the end of the year, the concentration account is above or below or at. If it is below, it says we're going to add that deficit to the next year's budget. So when we add that deficit to the next year's budget, that pumps up assessments. But when the amount of the concentration is more than 2 months, then we're going to utilize it by the CEO putting something in next year's budget. That conversely does not reduce assessment. So I think if we need to make some considerations of, if we're going to increase assessments when we're under, then we probably need to be aiming to decrease assessments when we're over. And then I think that we have a timing issue that we might want to consider, in that we're going to close the fiscal year on January 31st. And once the fiscal year is closed, that determines the liquidity, right? The amount of money that we have. But we don't approve budgets until November. So that piece doesn't make sense to me. Why, if we've decided from the previous fiscal year at the end of January or early February, say, we're going to go ahead and budget for the next year, that's a lot of months off to be making that judgment call. And I think that in the past, when we've really been trying to look at this number, it's as we get farther into the budget process. So that September, October timeframe is when we're trying to really figure out, are we over or under cash? And is there a solution to giving us or making a judgment call during that timeframe versus the next year? Thanks.
So Jennifer, to answer your first question, the intent of that last bullet point is to do exactly what you were suggesting. So if we find that there is significant excess cash, the intent of the CEO would be to have a budget discussion with the board. I can't tell you to put it in the budget, but the intent is, if we identify that we're over that number, that the option would be to use that money to make the assessment lower. That's what the intent is.
Oh my God, the dreaded buy down.
On the second,
Can we write the language that way then? Just follow the language in the previous bullet that says the fund deficit should be budgeted. It should say the fund, what's the opposite of deficit?
Surplus.
Surplus. The fund surplus should be budgeted. That way it's very clear and nobody comes back 5 years from now and argues what that means.
I will be happy to wordsmith this. When we use the word could be utilized, we didn't want to presume a board action. I will be happy to change that. Again, each time bringing it to the budget, you're all still going to decide this. This is not some sort of automatic spending policy either way. This is an internal working document, so everyone generally knows how we're managing our money. On the second question, Jennifer, this is going to come up each year, I think, almost regardless. I would love to get to a place where we are not trying to forecast out how much savings we might have and then use that as a hard number like a month later in the budget, because if we don't actually realize the savings, we may have an assessment problem because we're under collecting or over collecting. So, I do think when we get into the budget discussion each year, it's worthwhile talking about why we want to make sure we keep this kind of money in the bank. And then if we have, there's a lag period because we know in March what the end of last year's fiscal year was, we'll use that money in the following year. But you are correct, Jennifer, that would cause a small lag as compared to, well, we think we're going to be 400K to the good this year and it's only 200K and now we haven't budgeted for that. Those sorts of things.
Director Jursak, any more?
I still have concerns about the second piece because it's not just a few months. You've gone from February to November of an entire new fiscal year of spending, and you're using that's very old data to be using. Many other emergencies could have come up and it could be very, very different. So personally, I prefer to forecast out, especially because those amounts that we're spending in October, November, and December are much more stable because we have our summer revenues and our summer expenses over with. But that's my own personal opinion.
Then anything? Good. Okay. I tend to agree with Director Juszczak, and that view is informed by the conversation we had last night at Fiscal Committee, because I came to Fiscal Committee and with the approach that I had been given by a friend of mine who is involved in another non-for-profit, whose revenue model is very different from ours. We have a very unusual revenue model. We get all our money in by the 1st of February, on March at the latest, but you're paying a late fee in March, but most people are paying their money. And as far as I know, going back, as far as I can remember, we've never had a big deficiency in collections. We get 98, 99% of the money that people are assessed, they pay it, and they pay it on time. They don't even use the installment. What did we see last night? 47 people use the installment.
Not very many.
Yeah. So, from a liquidity point of view, we don't have revenue deficits. Okay, so then what are we trying to worry about? We're worrying about a shocking expense impact, right? Okay, so one of the things my friend suggested to me is, well, what's your deal with how big is your line of credit? Every organization has a line of credit to cover over that exact thing, a sudden unexpected expense. How big is your line of credit? And ours is $500,000, not a big deal. But last night, what I heard back from Fiscal Committee was, well, wait a minute, you've got a triple RF fund. If you were to be faced with an extraordinary expense that you hadn't anticipated, by a 2/3 vote, you can effectively borrow from the triple RF fund to cover the operating expense that you didn't anticipate, and then pay it back by hiking your assessment the following year. Okay, then we don't need a bigger line of credit. But if that's true, if that's a way you can deal with extraordinary expenses, do you really need to hang on to 2 months or even a month and a half of cash when you have, how much do we have in triple RF? 6 million? Yeah. So if it's truly an emergency and we have a problem that really needs us to address that we hadn't thought about, that's there. I don't want to get in a long debate tonight.
No, but please don't.
No, because I want to get out of here hopefully on time. My only concern is that it feels bigger than it needs to be when we have $6 million available to us effectively to borrow at 0 interest. And that's a 2/3 vote of the board. So that's my perspective. Director Flashman, Director Perry, Director Petrine, I didn't think we were going to get into a long debate, but apparently we are.
Well, you made your statement, and it leaves a lot of doors open, and so I'm walking in. You're still borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and you have to pay eventually. And so the money has to come from someplace. And instead of having to go out and look for the money through an additional, a higher assessment later on, you have the money here. And why not use it without having to go take from one fund and then replace that money?
Director Flashman, if we take the 2-1, we take some of the 2-1, we then have to put it back. If we're saying to staff, you should have a month and a half to 2 months of cash sitting. So it's just which pocket are you taking out of?
Well, one pocket is designed to produce some income and to be available for longer-term investments in capital expenditures. And the other is there for immediate expenditures and operating expenses, essentially. And so why not use those funds for that purpose? And such as the example of when we needed to go out and get a lobbying firm or two, we had the money available, even though it wasn't budgeted. And I'm sure that in the course of the coming years, we will have similar expenses, not necessarily for lobbying, but for other kinds of things that are unexpected and unplanned. And so it is better to have the money available and usable without having to take it from a fund that is set aside for certain purposes.
It's different pockets.
Well,
same money, because if you say we have to have a month and a half or 2 months of money set aside, if you use it, and by the way, just so the world is clear, when we hired a lobbyist, we didn't spend $2.8 million on the lobbyist.
I was not
It was only $60,000.
Yeah,
So
I wasn't suggesting that, but the issue is if you have money set aside for a specific purpose, and you have an amount of money that is for operating purposes without specific designation, simply for operating, and you have enough to carry you forward without any additional income, it makes more sense to use that.
the question is, how big should it be?
Well,
Director Perry.
I think you're putting a lot of faith in a 2/3 vote of 9 people who have a very hard time agreeing on many things. And I think if we have, the money is currently siloed, it should remain siloed and be used as it was designed.
As opposed to giving it back to the membership. Director Petrine.
We cannot look at this over a single business cycle, 1 year. You have to look forward. $2.8 million is, given the scope of this operation, is not a great deal of money, and it should be made available, should be kept. And one of the principles of business is never give up cash. And I would suggest that you don't do it now. This policy imposes some discipline on and requires ongoing review of that. You can change the policy. You can make it $500,000. The important part is to look at it and evaluate it over time and realize that things will change. That's the whole issue. That's it. I will stop there because we're just, we're at a.
Having the same discussion we've had before.
Yes.
Color of money.
I just have one thing quick, John. Because we are going to be bringing back to you, one of the things Peter and I are working on is a new CIP process just in general. We've been thinking a lot about public input and how the CIP, how we make decisions about capital facilities. Philosophically, I really think capital monies and operational monies need to be completely separated. Just in general, I've never actually worked anywhere where you can commingle those, like this concept that we're talking about here is possible for all kinds of reasons. But big picture, I think members see value in physical improvements in facilities, and they understand that concept. To start taking money and putting it into operate, there's a question about why do you need operational money, and gets into management issues I'm not sure the board's going to want to take on. But it's part of a larger discussion. So when we get into the CIP process, I just want to give you all a little philosophy on the color of money as I see it. Yep.
Okay, ready to move on?
Yep.
Comp plan and
I would like to, so I sent around an email today relating to a Senate bill that I wanted to bring to everybody's attention. Whether or not you all want to take action on that, this can be quick discussion or not. I felt like as we have committed to you all that we are going to track legislation as it moves through, that there was an opportunity to get something in front of you. And so I wanted to make sure you knew that, A, we are continuing to track these things, and as I'm building the advocacy program here, and we're looking at how to staff some of these things and how to track them and how to get things in front of the board, we identified 2 bills that we wanted to make you aware of. One came in from an email from Vice President Juszczyk, thank you. The other is one that I have been taking a look at with Lamar, our lobbyist that we were previously using down in Richmond. So I sent around an email suggesting that there could be some value if we sign on for support for Senate Bill 672, which is a bill that basically clarifies an existing bill around fee collection. Without getting into a ton of it, there was a lawsuit, and then some HOAs are experiencing a lot of litigation from members. So this bill is attempting to clarify the existing law down there. It is almost undoubtedly certainly to pass. My intent is not to set up a lobbying effort, but rather if we lend our name of support, there are a number of people that were involved in our casino effort down there that are patrons or sponsors, of this bill, and a number of other homeowners associations around the state have signed on for support. So having RAs support there, I think would be a benefit to the association. So it was really this has come to my attention, and I want to put it in front of the board kind of concept. Obviously, I'm not in a position to offer that support on behalf of RA without you all being involved and saying, okay, it's fine. So that was my intent.
just and to add to the email that the CEO offered all of you, and I think I mentioned to a couple of you tonight, the bill is already passed out of the Senate. It was in the House, and this evening it was in front of the House Subcommittee on General Laws, and it was recommended out of that subcommittee 8-0, which will send it to the full committee on Tuesday. And if that margin prevails, it'll go on what we call the uncontested calendar, which will mean in a block, and it'll be acted on much like our consent calendar is acted on. So I don't know if I see Director Dodd has her hand up. I have a copy of the bill here, and I did watch the presentation in front of the House Subcommittee on General Laws, and it is, this bill is supported by the Community Association Institute at the state level and a number of others, homeowners associations across the Commonwealth. I will say that there were 3 persons who testified against the bill rather vociferously, but the bill did pass 8-0 in committee. Director Dodd, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I would just echo and support the statement that Mac made, that I think that it is good for our delegation to know, or delegation of Northern Virginia delegates and senators in the General Assembly, to know that when they do something that we support, we will be behind them, as well as pushing them when they're doing something that, or could do something that we disagree with. So I think this is a no-brainer, and so I would hope the board would vote that we should make, a brief statement that yes, we support this.
Director Juszczyk.
I motion to direct the board president to communicate the board support on Senate Bill 672.
Second?
Second. 2024 legislative session.
Seconded by Director Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That is
Aye.
unanimous of all those. Director Dodd, I can't see you.
Yes, aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. We're ready to move on?
Yep. So in the land use update, this is really just informational. At this point, the SSPA, otherwise known as the Site-Specific Plan Amendment process, which are amendments that go through over at Fairfax County, that process is kicking off. There's a public meeting being held Monday, March 4th over at South Lakes High School. One of these applications here, you will note if you look deeply, is actually this piece of property. It's not this building, because I figured that question will come up, but it is this piece of property. So at any rate, those four are moving their way through and starting the process.
Go ahead, Director Flashman. Then Director Harwich, did you have? Okay.
I wonder if in the future you could, when you give us this kind of information, you could also show us the parcel on a map?
Yeah.
So that we would have a clear idea of where it is and what it is.
Yeah, good suggestion, Director Flashman. When we hire our land use planner, which is a position you all just recently budgeted, what I would like to do is get into a rhythm with you all and understand what types of format you like. I mean, because there are reams of information on each of these things, we can create something succinct. So you know, like maps and what is being proposed, how it might impact RA, those sorts of things.
This will be something that will be generated for the Land Use Committee. So then the Land Use Committee can make recommendations to us. And one of the other things, to those who were interested in pickleball, the Roland Clark application incorporates a facility for the public that could be used for pickleball. The Park Authority has indicated they're not interested in the building. Don't know what RCC's position is on it. Something we might want to keep an eye on to, if those two say no, maybe the association would like to say yes, so that we can provide pickleballers with a place to play that doesn't disturb the residents of the community. But we'll keep an eye on that.
What location was that, John?
The Roland Clark Drive application.
Okay, thank you.
Along those lines, Mr. Lusk, you and I have had several conversations about a publication called Fairfax Newsletter, and we've had some trouble tracking that sucker down and getting a subscription. But in the course of that, you had indicated that you probably had the ability to go ahead and get us the pending applications in Reston directly through the county. And I'm wondering, with the consent of our CEO, whether or not you can't put that together for the Land Use Committee, so they have a kind of idea of coming attractions, and they can kind of lay out a work program for that committee in addition to these four.
I think that's a great idea. I think, as Mac mentioned, we're trying to get into a rhythm with providing these types of updates, so I think that's a great idea.
Is that all right with you, Mr. CEO?
Sure, just want to make sure I'm clear. I mean, so on what's being asked, after we hire a land use planner, and work on how that person will get information, sure. I mean, there's all sorts of ways that we can help provide information.
Well, before that, I don't know when that land use planner is going to come on board. And Peter had offered that he thought he could get that done in the meantime. And so that's why I was hoping that list of pending cases, and I'm given to understand by Planning Commissioner Carter that there isn't a long list pending at the moment, but just so that the Land Use Committee can have an idea, because typically you got about 18 months of lead time. And if we know what's coming down the pike, they'll have time to do their work. So that's what I'm asking, if Mr. Lusk can prepare. And he's nodding, saying it's not a big deal. So I hope that that's something that could be done.
I don't know how much. I'll probably let Peter answer that part of it. But I think the part I'm not clear on is we're not in a position to stand up the Land Use Committee until we have the administrative and staff resource to.
I've appointed Director Jussack, and we've got members of the Land Use Committee. I'm expecting that they're going to come forward, and as soon as you have a planner to help them out, they'll be more than happy to have the help. But in the meantime, there's no reason why they can't be looking at these four site-specific plan amendments and coming forward to us with recommendations on what the association position ought to be.
So is there an intent to have the Land Use Committee meet without administrative or support?
I'll leave that to you. As to what support they provide, what support staff provides, I'll leave that to you. Director Perry.
I thought when you all agreed to that land use committee, which I voted against, that part of that discussion was the fact that you were allowing the land use committee to go forward in the intent that it would not actually start right away. Was I incorrect in that?
I think you were incorrect on that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is just catching me off guard. I don't think we're in a, I probably can't comment publicly tonight. There's a lot of administrative support in propping up a committee. So if you just imagine what the other committee liaisons do, we're not there. I just, as we talk about highest priorities.
Director Juszczyk, who I think you all know I have appointed to the Land Use Committee.
I remember specifically talking about wanting to move forward with the land use committee because of these SSPAs that were coming down the pike to us. That's why we talked about doing it and not delaying a vote on it. So I agree, and if there's any assistance that's needed to set up a meeting, these SSPAs have been out there, and so I already have a ton of information on them. So if there's any support that's needed, I'm happy to support. But they're going to move forward with or without us, and some of them are related to the building that you guys are all actually sitting in. So I think that it's imperative that RA participate in the SSPA process. The second thing I would say is I would implore the board to get to item L tonight, which is the discussion of the board operations and board governance committee, because we have a board governance committee meeting. It's scheduled for March 4th. Which is the same night that these SSPAs are coming up. So I will be asking Vice Chair Johnson to take over that meeting for that evening if we can't get through item L tonight. But yes, I thought we stood up the land use committee to make sure we have the ability to participate in the SSPA process.
Director Johnson?
Just for clarity's sake, has Director Juszczyk been appointed as a member of the board or as a board liaison?
As the board member. Remember, this is a committee that's made up of board members and non-board members.
Right.
So she's one of the board members that would be on that committee.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. I would kind of anticipate that she'd also serve as the board liaison until we get further down the road with the committee getting established. Mr. General Counsel Champ, you have a thought.
Has Director Juszczyk been appointed Chair Pro Tem yet?
Yes.
Okay, because this is going to have to be like any other committee, open, member comments, all that good stuff.
Right.
So just making sure.
Thank you. Director Juszczyk understood that, I'm fairly certain, yes? She's nodding up and down.
Yeah, well, that's what you said in Bach. So yes.
Can somebody please let me know what day of the week? There's a lot of setup and admin support that is not currently staffed nor contemplated for the model.
I'll leave that for a conversation offline between you and Director Juszczyk. Okay. So can we get that list of pending land use applications? And I'm not talking site plan here. I'm only talking about zonings, comp plans, SEs. We don't get involved in site plans. Okay.
So yes, how about we prepare that? And if anything else, I feel like I need to offer to you all, if this causes some workload impact, I will simply let you know what that is. But I'm hearing that this is what you want us to focus on.
Thank you.
If it expense something else.
Thank you. Treasurer's report.
Okay, I'm going to share with you the following. I'm going to keep this short. Okay. The resolution on investments requires periodic review of the performance of the portfolios that RA maintains. So an appropriate time would be year-end. So we have two portfolios. One is the RRF fund, It was created in June of 2014. Originally, $2.5 million was invested. At the end of 2023, that had increased to $3.8 million. And it is, first of all, let me say that it is in compliance with Resolution 6 on investments, specifying the asset allocations and types of investments held. In the lower right-hand corner, I've indicated the returns, net returns. So this is net of fees of the various segments of the portfolio, and the total portfolio's return of 13.1%. This next page, I'm not going to go over. These are Morningstar ratings of the various funds and ETFs, which are being managed by RAFA and advisors. They have been the investment advisors to Reston Association since the creation of the RRF fund. They represent a broad range of indexed funds. So you won't see the returns in the equity funds nor the fixed income funds that you might see if you were looking at the stock market as a whole. Keep in mind that the U.S. stock market went up 26% in 2023, but 63% of that return was in 7 stocks called the Magnificent Seven. And they're the typical ones that you would think of: Alphabet, Meta, Tesla, NVIDIA, and a couple others. And Microsoft. Well, Alphabet. So to keep this short, what I've shown here on this is the year-to-date returns. So this is beyond where we started. You can see that the portfolio, and this is directional. And what I mean by directional is I did not include in this any dividends that were reinvested, that have occurred, any reinvestments that have occurred since the beginning of the year. But directionally, the portfolio has increased about 1% since January 1st. And you can see below where the other typical indices are. The other portfolio that we have is the Catastrophic and Long-Term Investment Fund. That was created in August of 2020 as a result of an agreement with the Northern Virginia Stream Restoration Bank. It requires that we set aside the money received from the Stream Restoration Bank in a separate account, and the money's use is very, very restricted. So it's been invested in substantially the same investments as the RRF fund, but in different asset allocation, where the RRF fund is 60% equities versus 40% fixed income. This is just the opposite. It's 40%. The target is 40% in equities and 60% in fixed income. This fund also complies with all of the parameters set forth in Resolution 6 regarding asset allocations and types of specific investments held. And even though the split is substantially different, it earned over the course of the year 10.6%. So those are, where we are at the end of the year. The next page again is the Morningstar ratings. Morningstar is an investment service that does rate funds on a 5-star basis based on past performance, but it's weighted, and they measure them against like funds. So this is this is where they stand vis-à-vis the competition. And as we can see, since the beginning of the year, the CAT fund has done better on a relative basis than the RRF fund. And that is largely because the rates on bonds have gone up since the beginning of the year.
The values have gone up.
The value's gone up.
The rates have gone down. That's why the values have gone up.
And then I've included a couple slides on the U.S. capital markets in 2023. The market started to move in late October and November. Bonds have risen significantly over the course of the year, largely as a result of Fed rate hikes. And for the year, it's been pretty flat. The 10-year U.S. Treasury started the year at a 5.3% yield and ended at exactly the same spot. In 2023, the economy grew, remained substantially stronger than anticipated despite inflation fears. Recession fears increased early in the year but softened as economic data stabilized. And then looking forward, I think the quote probably says it all. It says, the conundrum for investments is whether we see a Goldilocks cut wherein inflation falls but growth remains strong, or a recessionary cut prompted by policy becoming too restrictive. The answer to that question will have major implications for investor strategies in 2024. Are we in a pedal to the metal or slam on the brakes from a risk perspective? So people are spending a lot of money that was unanticipated, which is going to affect inflation. It's going to slow down the Fed from making rate cuts that were anticipated as early as next month. And it looks like the next rate cut may not come until May, and it may even be later, depending upon how strong spending it remains. And all this gets reflected both in the stock and bond markets. But overall, the portfolios did very well last year. They've just about recovered the losses from the prior year. So that's where we are. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I can ask you to do one favor for us and most importantly for the members, the name of the stream fund, can we change it to make it clear that it's catastrophic as streams and wetlands so that our membership doesn't think that that money is generally available for any catastrophe? Just because I just don't want the membership thinking that if we have a shortfall of some kind or another that we can grab onto that. We can't. So I think this fund name needs to be more clear so that the membership knows what the money can be used for and that it's highly restrictive. Is that a problem?
Not with me.
Well, I mean, it's communicating it to our advisors so that it's clear to the membership what's the money's for. Is that a problem?
That's already occurred. Tom's not here tonight. I don't know what we have the number called on. The issue has been, as we produce the reports, we've separated out the money. So we are now showing where that money is different than unrestricted cash. Now, and when we produce an annual financial report, we can call it whatever we want. I will certainly want to talk to our new chief financial officer about what the name of that should be, and we'll just simply work on what the report should be. But we understand the concept. The concept of making sure that looks different than unrestricted monies.
Well, it's more than that. It's that it has a very limited and specific use, not a generalized catastrophic fund. It's for wetlands and streams.
Understand. From a color of money standpoint, separating it out as a separate line item and a separate account accomplishes that objective. And then that line item is then called whatever it needs to be called.
Yeah. Director Josh Sack.
I actually think the CAP fund has a specific name in the resolution. We can double check. I'm sure we can work with Tony to double check, but I think that we have to update it in the resolution for the investment advisors to update it officially, which shouldn't be a big deal for us to do. I just wanted to report on a few things that are related to Bob's report that the fiscal committee met last night, just to update the board on. One is on the item summary for this agenda item in the bold section. You see the asset allocations. Those asset allocations, the middle column is target. Those targets are things that the board has to take action on when we change the targets. The fiscal committee had a discussion last night with the investment advisor at RAFA and decided that it wasn't yet time to look at those, but that 2025 would be a good time to look at those. And so what naturally occurs is a survey goes out to the board members and also to the fiscal committee members. And that's returned. And then the investment advisor makes recommendations on if we should change these targets. And then the board has to approve it. So just so you know that that will be coming, but not this year. The second thing that was discussed related to these investment funds is that we are not moving money in and out of these investment funds since their inception. And so MAC took a note, which I'm assuming will probably happen after our CFO is on the board, to come up with an internal policy on when money should be moved in and out of these funds. Like, for instance, we have about almost $3.1 million sitting in cash, as Mac said, where we can, that's restricted, but it's not moved into this CAP fund. And those are the type of decisions that, as the association, we have to decide, how long do we keep it in cash? When do we move it into investment funds? When do we move things out of investment funds? So he took an action item to create that internal policy for the association. Also, on the wetlands credit, we received, and I don't know that the board has received it yet, but the fiscal committee received some information from outside counsel related to the wetland credit and what it can and cannot be used for. It was very much in legalese language. And so MAC also took an item to work with our general counsel on creating an English version of what that means for us. And I imagine that that will be conveyed to us certainly as we get closer to budget time as to what those credits could and could not be used for. And then kind of future looking, and I imagine that Bob's report will probably cover this next month, is we will get our first full look, comprehensive look at December 2023 year end numbers at next month's fiscal meeting. There are some good interim preliminary numbers that are in the fiscal packet that I would encourage all of you guys to take a look at that fiscal packet and review it. They're fairly final, but the pretty fiscal reports will come to us next month. And then finally, the fiscal committee will be having the first meeting with the audit firm in March to prepare for the 2023 audit. So we might have some updates next month on what that meeting entailed. That's all I had. Thanks.
Anything else on the treasurer's report, Director Flashman?
I have a question really about the CAT fund. And the CAT fund is composed of different sources. One for each reach that was completed, and after a 10-year period of the funds that were accumulated for that reach by the sale of credits, pass those funds on to Western Association, which is the owner of the streams that were restored, for the purpose of dealing with damage to the stream beds and as a result of big storms or whatever. And my question is really, is the limitation on the use of those funds directed to the reach which generated those funds, so that there are really different funds for the several reaches that were restored? Or is it a general fund available for all of the reaches?
I don't know the specific answer to your question, Erwin. It's a good point. We're in the process of finalizing with outside legal counsel on how different funds can be used in subsections within those funds. For example, another question came up last night. If we choose to invest that money, is the interest earned on that money, how can we use the interest and that sort of thing? So we're still working out all those answers, and we'll be back with you. And to Jennifer's point earlier, certainly well before the budget. So any of the monies that can be used in the budget process, we'll have answers for you.
I would suspect additionally that the funds that were generated by the creation of the wetlands are also a separate fund that whose use in the future may be limited to those wetlands.
Yes. There are, I think there's still questions as to how long the funds are restricted, the purposes to which those funds can be used during this period, and whether or not post these 10-year agreements that you mentioned, whether the money, I think that the real issue is the Stream Restoration Bank is on the hook for part of the restoration for that 10-year period, and then thereafter RA is on the hook for any.
RA assumed responsibility for those reaches that were restored after the 10-year period for
Eternity.
Forever, to the end of the world and thereafter.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to get guidance on that, so we're not going to have an answer tonight. It's 3 minutes to 8 o'clock, and I swear to God, I'm going to try and get this meeting over with at 10. Anything further on the treasurer's report? Please, God, no. All right.
No. Can I move into executive session on contractual matters and personnel matters?
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those who in favor will say aye.
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 It looks like it's unanimous of all those present and voting.
love it.
Petrine has a motion.
Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature or involving personnel matters were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second?
Second.
Second by Director Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor will say aye.
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 Director Perry, you vote aye?
It's the cleansing motion. I vote aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous of all those present and voting. You have a motion for a couple of contracts there, Director Petrine?
I
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Director Josek.
move that in accordance with the association's policies of purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Mayflower Construction LLC for construction services related to the Shadowwood Pool interior renovations in the not to exceed amount of $100,062.73.
Second?
Second.
Second by Director Mapar. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor will say aye.
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 That's unanimous of all those present and voting. Director
Move that in accordance with the association's policies in purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Titan Pool Services Incorporated for construction services related to the renovation of Shadowwood Pool in the not to exceed amount of $138,000 even.
Is there a second? Director Mapar. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting.
I have another one.
Go ahead, Director Josek.
Move to direct general counsel to work with directors Graywatch, Mopar, and JustChuck to address CEO contract edits and return to the board at the March 2024 board meeting with results.
Is there a second? Second by Director Johnson. Discussion. All those in favor will say aye.
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 Is unanimous of all those present and voting. Are there any other motions coming out of executive session? I think we covered them all.
Correct.
Next item, deed amendment timeline. Mr. Champ.
I trust that it comes to no surprise to anyone here that the deed needs to be amended. This is the timeline that was approved by the BGC. I'd ask for one edit to that, and that would be the first item. Rather than the board formally taking up the deed amendment at 12:23, I'd suggest that it be at 2:24. And otherwise, I would ask that the board approve this timeline with a subsequent motion to appoint a subcommittee to flesh out the finer details of Meetings for ideas from existing DRB and amendment suggestions, formalizing a schedule to meet with the various advisory committees, and a method to get member suggestions. In addition to 3 to 4 directors, because we cannot have quorum, I would ask that myself and the CEO be included on that. This subcommittee will be in addition to internal staff committee that'll be working behind the scenes.
Your subcommittee is the next agenda item, sir.
I was trying to tie them together in the interest of time, but I would ask for
That's okay.
a motion to approve the amended timeline.
So if I can just observe, counsel, if we can hang on just a second, I'll entertain a motion in a second. It strikes me, counsel, that we've got a lot of special board meetings here. And if we can do this at a regular board meeting, is there a reason why it has to be at a special board meeting?
The reason it was at special board meetings, Mr. Chair, is because our board meetings are so stacked as it is, and I believe that the seriousness of this endeavor merits its own consideration.
So, but if we go, as we're proposing later in the evening, to twice a month board meetings, this would be a third board meeting in each of the months you're indicating, and it would preclude us from taking up any of these things at a regular board meeting. And so if we have to have a special board meeting, we can always, but I don't want to lock us in now to a special board meeting.
I think with the exception of the hearings that are required, C1 2026, special meeting, government document, a public hearing, and the following public hearing.
Right?
July 2025
July 2025.
and 8/2025.
Yeah, I think those have to be special board meetings, but the rest, the town halls and things like that can be combined.
Which ones have to be special board meetings? The 2 public hearings
The
on
2 public
2026?
hearings. And I would think 725 could be attached to a regular board meeting, but it would take some time. And I think 8/2025 could be attached to a regular board meeting. But again, it will take some time.
We're going to change that. Director Perry?
Is there a way to write into the motion that this particular board agenda item could not be deferred to a different date, to a later date, making it a priority?
Yeah, I mean, you would expect, I would expect, given that what we've done here, it's going to be up to the board. We can't bind a future board, but that's what I would expect that board to do. My other point, so you're saying we need to have a special meeting of the board in January 2026? Mm-hmm. Those 2 have to be special, but otherwise we could do this at a regular board meeting. All the other ones?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. The only other thing, 2 other things. One, I'm not sure that we actually need 4 public input sessions. Are we required to have 4 public input sessions?
It's the way it was done previously.
Yeah, I think, given my experience of listening sessions or public input sessions, and my memory from the input sessions back then is nobody showed up, which is one of the reasons why we didn't have any, I'll be with you, which is one of the reasons why it took us a while to get things going on. Mr. Cummins?
Well, I think on that point, a significant part, you'll see there are sort of holes in the schedule because anticipating the subcommittee is going to talk about different components. I think we should talk about the communications component of this just in general. I think we definitely don't want to be accused of not having input sessions. And there are already some members asking us about when this is coming. Now, are they going to come with, I don't know what, but
I'm just saying instead of having 4, have 2. That's all I'm trying to get to. Director Johnson, Director Perry.
I was just going to suggest that in lieu of 4, that we have 2, and then we add an ongoing electronic communication with the community.
Right. So that's where I'm at on that. And then on the ballots mailed to members, is there a reason why we can't do this with the regular election ballot? We're sending out ballots to members in February instead of March, which is when we regularly send out ballots?
I don't think it's an issue.
Well,
I think the issue was the date by which it needed to be done, which I believe was, do you have a green book? I believe when I calculated the date, it had to be done by that point so we could have it tabulated and done by April. We could, I mean, you're cutting into any wiggle room we'd have, but
But the last time we didn't get quorum, so we extended the date for return. The board extended the date for returns. We can do it again if we get there. I just don't want to have to mail out 2 mailings because it's 70 grand. And there's no reason why we can't put this referendum on the same, and we're more likely to hit quorum if it's part of the regular candidate vote.
I'm not married to it, so.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the timeline, removing all of the special board, removing the word special from all of the board meetings except January 2026, to combine the town halls into 2 town halls, one in November, one in December, and to mail out the ballots in March of 2026 and return in April of 2026. Can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Director Johnson, second.
Second.
Second by Director Drywich. Go ahead.
Do you really want to have the return in April instead of March?
Urban, Mike.
Oh, sorry. Do you really want to have the return in April instead of March?
You want to say March 31st? I mean, when do our ballots
Yes.
have to return for candidates?
March 31st, usually.
He's just giving us a month, so we can make it March 31st.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Because you said return in April.
yeah, I'm happy to have it March 31st. Director Perry?
I just want to make sure I'm clear. What you're asking for is a town hall meeting, for example, in North Reston and a town hall meeting in South Reston, but that does not exclude the public hearings listed in January of 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We'll still have that. Are you clear what we're doing? Brittany?
Hi.
Great.
Hello.
Director Jussack?
We actually mail ballots, guys, to members for the election campaign in February. When BGC talked about it, the purpose of the schedule was to run concurrent to the election schedule. So I'd rather do a replacement to your request and say that it will run concurrent with the election schedule.
I'm happy to accept that as an amendment with the unanimous consent of the body. Anybody have an objection to that amendment?
Nope.
Okay, so that the referendum would run concurrent with the board elections in 2026. Understood? With that amendment, thank you, Director Jussack. You captured the intent here. Is there any further discussion on the timeline?
I just want to, I know, I'm sorry. One other question. You encapsulated Tony's change of 224 to the first line versus 1223?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good to go? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. Director Champ, you want a deed amendment subgroup
Please,
of the board?
no more than 4, please.
No more than 4. I see
I volunteer.
There's Director Perry, Director Jussack, Director Johnson, and the president.
Okay.
Will serve on this. Okay, and is that 4? Director Jussack, Director Johnson, Director Perry, and President Farrell will serve on this committee.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
I haven't done it yet. Move to create a subgroup.
No, I got it. Thank you. So move. You've got who's on it, right? Good.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting. You're right, we're picking up steam there, Try and keep the head of steam going there, Director Cummins.
Well, I will try to be brief, but I actually think this is a pretty important thing. So I personally am very big on learning lessons and always trying to look at how we do things and can we make them better, make them more efficient, have better outcomes, any number of things. I was reflecting on our budget process last fall, and I had agendized this, and we didn't get to it at the last meeting, so I appreciate having a little bit of time with you all tonight. We are due to publish or ask you to adopt the budget schedule next month in March. And in advance of that, I thought it would be worthwhile to have a discussion around probably two different topics. One, the process itself, which has some very key milestones, and they have been, this is very classic, this is how we've always done it, or done it for some period of time. We get together in May, we have a citizen input process, then we have a joint meeting with the fiscal committee. Board decides what you want us to price out, right? We start pricing those things out. CEO produces a draft budget that's contemplated in the governing documents, and then we refine, and in theory gets easier at each meeting and then should be perfunctory by the time we get to the end. And I think, as everyone knows, that didn't happen. So I think it would be worthwhile to sort of reflect back on that. And are there steps or things that we can do to help you all, to help get that process the way it's originally intended? And does the timing make sense? Because we're going to need to get the schedule itself adopted at the next month. So I thought having a discussion around some of those topics would make some sense. The second component is, I thought I would just put it out there from a staff deliverable standpoint. At each step in the process, Peter and I took great care to try to put together agenda materials, both for the fiscal committee and for the board, relating to the budget, what was in the budget, how it was being prepared, where the big moves were, and those sorts of things. So if there are thoughts or ideas on improvements that can be made, and how that works and what kinds of things you're looking for and or when you're looking for them, happy to take that feedback and try to figure out how we can going forward. So that was really the intent tonight. Certainly could take some of that feedback by email too. I just think sometimes it's good to have a conversation with you all. By the way, this would be an excellent example of something that we would do at a study session in the future, should we not be doing BOC and BGC and have to do this, at a board meeting where you're taking votes and things. Nonetheless, just pointing out as an example, we could spend an hour on something like this at a study session, and I think you all would see the value in that. So anyways, that was the intent for tonight.
Director Johnson.
Mac, could do this? You just said by email. If you could maybe, to facilitate that, send us a copy of the process as it exists, and we can do like a markup and then send it back to you. And then we'll compile it, and we can just use that to facilitate a future discussion.
Yes, let me see what so we can definitely have last year's calendar. And I think when I did the very first kickoff agenda memo, I had a description of what happened at each step in the process. If I have that already done, I can send it out tomorrow, and if not, I'll work on something and send it out to you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Discussion, anyone else? Yeah. My job is to, as presiding officer, act on behalf of all of the members. I would suggest that to the extent that we were dealing with budget items in October, it was the product of having been presented a budget for the first time in September and having had a majority of the board without votes express changes to the budget. We probably should have had votes, but we didn't. We acted by consensus, or we had consensus, and didn't have those consensual items reflected in the October draft. And as a result, motions had to be made because issues and ideas and changes that there was support on this board because they got voted on in October. And so it may be that what we need to plan on is that we have to have motions in September so that the direction to the CEO is clear, and that relying on a consensus or an expression of consensus is insufficient. And if we want to make changes to the September budget, then we need to be prepared with motions in September. That's the only way to avoid having the motions made in October. But that's my observation as to what happened. Members of this board thought they had a consensus to go in a particular direction with budget items, and the next draft didn't reflect what the member thought was the consensus. So motions were made in October instead of being made in September. That would make it more clear for the staff to come back with a less variable budget in October. And so I think if we can think about a budget process that says, make your motions in September, folks, so that there's clear direction to staff, as opposed to just having 5 or 6 or 8 people nodding up and down. That apparently is not sufficient. And so we need to think about conducting our budget meetings in September in that fashion.
I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Do we want any potential opportunity for the board operating almost unanimously to have some opportunity to change something in October? I only say that because we're going to put the motions out, right? Then we're going to get public comment back. And if we have no other recourse, if we cut ourselves off and say September is it.
No, we're not going. September isn't going to be it. Okay, November is it. I mean, if somebody comes in here in November and wants to amend the budget, that motion is going to be heard. But it strikes me that you probably don't want to make major budget changes in November, and you want those budget changes, even major ones, to be voted on in September. And that only in the most extraordinary circumstances do you come back with a budget amendment in October or November. You can't get the work done. Yeah.
Director
Johnson.
Thank you. I'd just like to suggest that we kind of table the discussion of the potential changes until we have like the orderly list that Mac's going to put together of our comments on the process.
I wasn't asking for any action. Mm-hmm. This is more like an internal rubric to ourselves. Mm-hmm. that if you want an amendment to the budget, you better have it ready in September. That's all. I mean, October amendments ought to be things that are responsive to a public hearing comment or are responsive to a really radical change. But, you know, I think what I experienced last year was less formal direction wasn't heard. So, okay, then let's be formal in September and have motions ready, as opposed to a conversation in September.
I feel like I need to jump in on that, John. I'm sorry. I think I share a different opinion. The September hearing, there was very little, if any, feedback from the board on the draft budget. What I observed, what could be most helpful from my standpoint as the preparer of the budget, if there are things the board would like to study or get analysis on or cost implications of, the hard deadline for what that is, we can talk about it as part of the budget process, but that becomes the deadline, because to price things out while you're producing a budget and talk about whether they're good or bad. So the idea of the budget process is to say, what things are you interested in, shave down the list. Then we price them out. Which ones you really want priced out? Then we do that. Then you say, okay, we might be interested in this. How does it affect the budget? And we were sort of looping around that as we got to October. That was my experience. But in terms of the September meeting,
give me a different perspective on that.
Okay, well, I would be interested in feedback on that.
You have it. Director Petrino.
I think the board has to show a hell of a lot more discipline than they have in past years. This budget, you start the discussion of the budget in May, and we don't even get to numbers until September. That's just wrong. Things don't change that much that are meaningful. People can come up with, ideas, and there may be changes because of circumstance, but we've gone through this process. I've been involved with this process for 4 years, and you can count on one hand the executable suggestions that you get that may get into the budget. And it does take a fair amount of time to, number one, scope out what the suggestion really entails, and then to price it. And if we, allow the process to kind of meander along until October, we'll be, as we did, having a, well, I won't be, but there will be a December special board meeting again to finalize the budget, running till midnight.
But the reality is, this body cannot give itself a hard deadline. If something comes up in November that this body wants to act on, the body has the freedom to do it. It can't stop it.
Again, but just saying, think about what you're asking people to do. And whether, if it's something that's, just drops out of the sky, great, then make the change. But some of this is just, well, let's wait until, as was the case a couple of years ago, well, let's wait until the November board meeting, and we're going to say, well, let's hold the assessment at the same level, and that's unfair to staff.
Agreed.
Very unfair.
Agreed. But that experience predates our CEO being with us.
Could it happen again?
We don't want it.
could.
We don't want that to happen again.
Right.
Anything else? Okay, moving on. Board Operations and Board Governance Committee. We have a resolution that the staff and general counsel has put together, and it would eliminate the BGC and BOC, and in its place have 2 board meetings a month. We've been talking about this for my entire tenure as president. And I don't know anybody who doesn't think it's a good idea, but if there's somebody is, who wants to do, council or Mac?
I'll just offer more accurately, it has 1 board meeting and 1 work study session a month. And we intend that to be deliberate so that we can have you work through things and hopefully make your full board meetings where you're voting and taking all these actions to be much more streamlined, and easy. So yes, and I drafted that up along with Tony. I think it accomplishes all your goals. At the end of the last meeting, based on the agenda write-up, you said, do a resolution that accomplishes this. I think Tony's accomplished that.
Yeah, not that if there were a contract or something else that required immediate action at the first meeting of the month, nothing would preclude us from doing that if there was a contract you needed us to act on.
Yeah, that's right. I think what we will probably do is schedule or just list on the agenda some type of executive session for contractual matters, something like that, just in case. And we'll just keep that as a standing item, whether you need it or not.
Right, but generally it would be deliberate. If not, we wouldn't anticipate taking action the first meeting of the month. But we would,
Yep.
And so it would be the second Thursday and the fourth Thursday. Discussion, Director Perry, then Director Grawich.
Mac, based on what you just said, I did read, of course, under number 2, under A2, it does specifically state that the primary purpose for the first meeting shall be informational and discussion. But it is still listed under regular meeting, and under A4, it specifically lists work sessions. So I just want to make sure, since they do seem to be separate items, and that I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I may ask Tony on that. So without getting into the legalese, Tony's going to tell you both meetings are regular meetings, and we set out in a resolution the purpose of each meeting. This is the work study session, and this is the other. That's a noticing issue under all of our governing documents.
Okay.
So work sessions are basically special meetings that are, we really only use it for one thing, and that's the joint meeting with fiscal. Special meetings are usually to take action, but they're both basically the same thing. The regular meetings are going to be occurring regularly twice a month. And the primary purpose is to be discussion for the first one. Primary purpose. If something's urgent and we need to take it up, we can put it on that agenda for action.
Director Johnson.
Will the work study session still be public?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
They have to
Good,
be.
good, good. Just want to know.
Have to be. Director Grawich, then Director Jursak.
Attendance rules still apply to both sessions?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then do we want to give ourselves any leeway on virtual for the working session, not virtual? And I read in there that it was in person or listed as 12, you put the address. Meetings would be held, sorry. It's at the Reston Association building.
If you scroll down to item I, that
Virtual
governs all,
meetings.
at the discretion of the board, a meeting may be conducted either partially or entirely virtually in accordance with POA, subject to the following. So
We have that flexibility.
you have the flexibility.
Director Jursak? I'm sorry, were you done? Good. Director Jursak?
I actually, when I first brought this up to the officers of the board the first month that this board term started, I had a different vision. I actually think that the association needs to be more nimble than it currently is. And so while I appreciate the intent of making the primary purpose informational of one meeting and action the next, I actually think we need to be more iterative, meaning that, we can identify on any board agenda, these are for discussion items, and these are ones we're ready to take action on. We already have that ability, so why would we limit ourselves in a resolution to make one primary purpose of a work session? We might have items that we do work session on, and then at the next meeting intend to take action, and each meeting could have both. Why would we limit ourselves for a resolution? Why wouldn't we let the board decide at our next board meeting in 2 weeks, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. These will be discussion and action, or these will be action only.
So
That allows us to be more nimble. And so I would suggest when we do the motion to strike the sentence, the primary purpose, which is under A, to regular meetings, strike the sentence, the primary purpose of the first meeting of each month shall be informational and discussion. The primary purpose of the second meeting shall be to take action on specific items. And we leave it to the board and staff to make the determination when we're creating the next agenda, what those agenda items will look like. Because we can't limit at any board meeting anyone throwing a motion on any agenda item, because that's just normal Robert's rules anyway. The other thing that I had put in my summary to the board that has been in previous packets, it didn't make this packet though, was there are some things that both the Board Operations Committee and the Board Governance Committee do, and I assume all of those responsibilities will roll up to the board. But I actually think that there are a few of them that we should maybe create a subgroup to work with staff on just creating a policy. Like, for instance, we have nothing on how we do board conduct, but I'd rather work something like that out in advance on how we might address a situation like that as a board to give, future boards a primer. I had a list of those items in a previous one. That's just one example. But I'd like to policize some of those board committees' responsibilities as part of this process, or as a continuation.
Director Jursak, as far as creating a subcommittee to work, we can always do that. We did that tonight.
Right.
So I don't see.
Well, that's just my suggestion. I'm not doing a motion, but that's my suggestion. I'd love to hear some feedback.
Sure, but you did suggest, and I need to see if there's a second, an amendment. And so I need to see if there's a second on the amendment to strike the two sentences in A2. Is there a second to strike those two sentences?
It looks like Lori's seconding, I think.
Second from Laurie Dunn.
Okay. Motion is made and seconded. Discussion, and Director Cummins, I understand you'd like to speak to the issue.
Well, yeah, I think there was some intent when we proposed this at the last meeting to have these be deliberate and separate. I think that would generally fall into two categories. One is as you think about the rhythm of meetings and expectations and what happens at each meeting, if you're mixing apples and oranges each time, it's less predictable or transparent from a public standpoint. Are we doing a study session tonight? Are you voting tonight? You're making those decisions on the fly. It's not as understandable from a, here's what when the board convenes, here's what happens. First Tuesday you do this, second or fourth Tuesday, whatever the days are, right? The other thing, I think, just for you all, I imagine a world where the study sessions have very predictable timelines. So we say we're going to schedule 3 one-hour items or 2 one-hour items, whatever it is, and that's it, and we're done. And you all can expect that. Whereas the board discussions now range in time, and then decisions and motions and all sorts of other things. So I think there's a value to you all in efficiency, and there's a value to the membership in understanding what's happening in which forum and predictably following that. Understanding, of course, Vice President Juszczyk is absolutely correct. You can decide to break your rules at any point you want. I think what we are suggesting is getting into a cultural norming around a schedule that's predictable for you all.
Further discussion on the amendment. Director Johnson.
And just to support Mac's point here, I think it also makes us a bit more of a deliberative body in so much as we're hearing information in one meeting, it gives us time to think about it, and then in the next meeting we can take action. Unless, of course, we identify situations where we have to take action right away. But I think, in line with something that Bob said earlier about the board needing to be more disciplined, I think the board being more deliberative would also benefit us a great deal.
Anyone else speak to the motion? Director Flashman.
I agree that we should maintain the separateness of the two meetings to the extent possible. If we are to be deliberative and to replace the board governance objectives with the board itself, that is the Board Governance Committee, and also the Board Operations Committee, we need to keep these things separate. The Board Governance Committee was generally deliberative in recommending things, and if we do not keep them separate, then the more immediacy of things happening and the decision to do things is going to overtake that, and the deliberativeness will be pushed aside, and it won't happen.
Director Perry.
I also believe that some of the concerns raised by Director Juszczyk apply in L2, where it does specifically state that a director can put forth an agenda item as an emergency issue. And then the motion would be seconded and approved and could continue on. So I do think we do have some recourse in there. And of course, as Mr. Champ has always told all of us, we can technically call a motion at any time, at any meeting, whenever we want. So that, I agree, stating that the primary purpose of a meeting does not preclude us from doing additional things should they arise and be needed at the time.
Further discussion on the motion. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to the amendment say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Aye was Director Juszczyk. Nay is Director Mopar, Director Perry, Director Grewich, Director Flashman, Director Johnson, Director Katrine, and Director Dodd. We return to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Hearing and seeing none. Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Director Dodd, aye. Okay. Director Juszczyk?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Director Juszczyk votes nay. The rest of the board votes aye. Motion passes. Next item is the calendar.
I have another motion.
Joan, you're going
I want to
Go ahead.
motion to create it. I would like to motion to create a subcommittee of the board to address some of the responsibilities of the board operations committee and board governance committee in collaboration with staff to create some policies to bring back to the board at a future meeting.
Could you repeat that, please? I want to make sure I understood.
I can speak through the motion. Oh, I can't.
I'm asking you to repeat the motion because I couldn't make it out.
I'm motioning that the board create a task force, a subcommittee, working group. What do we call it?
You can call it a subcommittee. Go ahead.
Subcommittee. And we create a subcommittee of the board to address the responsibilities of the board operations committee and board governance committee that can be put into standard operating policies and return to the board with its suggestions at a future meeting.
Director Juszczak, I would like to consult with you on that and come back to the March meeting with a proposal that's a little bit more specific, if you don't mind. I think you and I can come up with a proposal for the full board to consider. If you can spend some time with me on that, and then we can bring it back to the full board.
Sure. If anybody wants to give us advice.
Go ahead, John.
Is that a motion?
No, I'm asking you not to make the motion and just for you and I to work on it.
I will withdraw the motion and encourage the board members to go back to our previous materials and provide some feedback to John and I so we can help create the agenda item / motion for next meeting.
Is that okay, Director Perry?
Yes, I have thoughts that I think Jennifer and I share, so I will certainly provide those.
Terrific. Okay, then that means we need to change our calendar to reflect that we're having 2 meetings a month, and that's on the next agenda item. And so I need a motion to adopt the amended calendar.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, I'll do it in a minute.
Thank you.
Move to adopt the 2024-2025 board meeting calendar as amended.
As presented.
As
presented in this evening's materials.
Version 2.
Right. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second by Director Mapar. Discussion. Director Flashman, then Director.
Mac had his hand up too.
Oh, I'm
just
sorry, I didn't see
FYI.
it, Matt. Director Flashman, then Director Cummings.
And then
I noticed that the calendar for the meetings of the Environmental Advisory Committee are not here. Is there a reason for that?
The what?
The Environmental Advisory Committee meeting dates are not
Because
here.
the only changes we'll make are to the board.
Board committees.
Right.
Well, you have changes for PrAC. I believe you have PrAC here, if I recall.
Brittany's saying she needs the dates.
I was waiting on confirmation for the dates.
Okay.
Director Cummings, then Director Perry.
Yeah, so just real quickly, so when this came up at Bach, there were 2 things that I raised. One, my understanding is the addition of new meetings in April and August are intended for contracts only, because that we've had trouble with going way too long without contracts. Just want to make sure I'm clear on that expectation. Part B is the August meeting. We typically have a joint meeting with fiscal, and it's usually on or about August 15th because we need time coming out of that meeting, again, assuming your budget schedule, we'll talk about that next month, because the first budget that I need to produce with information that comes out of that meeting is due in September. So if we wait all the way till if there's an intent to use the August 29th or whatever, that's like a full 2 weeks later than we're used to having the board input to start producing the budget. So that will likely become a significant issue in next month's discussion. So if we're still going to keep the budget meeting as a joint budget board meeting, and this is just for contracts, and some of you come, we have like 7 of whatever happens, that probably works too. But if the intent is to push the regular fiscal meeting back 2 weeks, that
No,
causes a
that's not the
significant.
intent.
Okay.
The intent is to have the regular budget meeting with fiscal when we have the regular budget meeting with fiscal.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm glad. Thank you.
The reason I wanted the meetings in April and August was primarily driven by contracts, but I don't if there's something else besides contracts that needs to be addressed in either of those 2 meetings, we'll bring it, but that's the reason why we need to have meetings in April and August was we can't go 7 weeks without having a meeting and have contracts. There will be an issue about how you create the agenda, but we create the agenda the same way for that as we create for anything else. And we'll be working on those agenda items. But I agree, the principal purpose is not to have 7 weeks without an opportunity to ratify contracts. So, Director Flashman and Director Perry.
So will there be some coordination in terms of the fiscal committee meeting there's one put here as August 21, and then board meeting is put at August 29. Are you going to have another board meeting on August 21? Nothing.
No.
You're not going to have a joint meeting?
No, we're not going to have a joint meeting. The fiscal meeting on August, where the heck is it?
21st.
Yeah, so that would be in lieu of second.
The first meeting.
The first meeting, we'd have that as the 21st. In lieu of the first meeting of August, we would have the meeting on the 21st. Okay?
Okay.
Is that clear? Director Perry?
So there would be no August 8th meeting?
No, there would not be a meeting on August.
It
Are we
is
showing
listed.
a meeting on August 8th?
Yes.
I'm trying to find it.
It's the red
under
one,
the red.
board work sessions?
Oh, okay, thank you. So we'd change the date of the August meeting to the 21st.
August 21.
Instead of August 8th, it'd be August 21st.
Okay.
Okay. Is there objection to that change? I don't see any. Okay, that change is adopted. Any other questions?
Thank you. So I do think that answers one of my questions. I was wondering why we had August 8th and then not the 22nd. So now it's August 21st and August 29th. Thank you. The statement within the resolution of A2 states the second and fourth Thursday of each month, except in April, August, November, and December. I saw that November is the first and third to account for, I assume, Thanksgiving. December being the first and third weeks to account for, I assume, Christmas for those who celebrate it. April, I see just the one meeting listed. I assume that's because the other meeting would be the annual members meeting. Is that correct?
No, there would be the early April meeting would be the election of officers. We have an election of officers meeting as the first meeting, and then April 25 would be a business meeting.
Okay, so the election of officers isn't listed in here.
Right, because
Okay, that's fine.
that's under a different resolution.
That's fine. And then for August, I guess my concern is it specifically lists meetings in August are generally optional and set by the board and/or the individual committees. And if that is to continue to be the case, I would like to see the asterisk next to the August meetings in both the regular full board meetings and the board work sessions so that people recognize there is a caveat to that August board meeting. If the intention is that that August meeting is now mandatory and no longer optional at the discretion of the board, then that comment should be removed from the calendar.
Then I'd suggest we remove it because the object here is not to have 7 weeks between meetings. So I'm happy to take that as an amendment. I think, though, it really is you still need it in there to address it to our advisory committees. That they don't meet in August is fine.
Then that would be fine as long as it only references committees and not the board.
So that you would have it read, meetings in the office are generally optional and are set by the individual committees.
Correct. And I have one other question. Director Farrell, in us adopting version 2 of the board and committee meetings, does that include the second page after that, which is covenants and for me, the IT committee and all those?
I don't.
And the reason I ask is because there are date overlaps that need to be addressed.
I don't see the second page being adopted tonight. I'm looking just at the first page.
Okay. So just be aware that there are issues with the IT committee November date and December date. They are the exact same date as board meeting dates.
So we'll have to bring that to the attention of the IT committee. Yep.
Just to add, this would not be the first time that that's happened. IT committee meetings and board meetings are too often overlap, because often they're taking place in the room right next door while we're doing this. So, yeah.
Well, and I think that
it's
should
something
be
we
addressed,
Yep.
especially since the board liaison obviously cannot be in both places at the same time.
And I'm agreeing, that's something we should address.
Thank you, Director Perry. With that amendment to the note down at the bottom and the other change to the work session in August as it accepted changes, I have a motion, right? Did I have a motion to adopt it? Okay. Any further discussion?
Do you want to be specific about the first page of version 2 draft as amended?
We're adopting the first page of version 2 as amended.
Yep. That I think that should be part of the motion.
That's part of the motion, as I understood the motion.
Okay.
You got it, right? She's got it. Okay. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor of adopting the first page of version 2 draft as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Sure.
Director Judge, how say you?
I'm a nay. Nay.
Nay. Okay.
John, I just have one note. I'll beg the board's indulgence. So since you've just established a regular board meeting in April, I booked vacation several months back not knowing that this was going to come up. So I'll beg the board's indulgence and I will do my best to
There
try to
won't
make
be a
sure
problem.
Okay.
I'm sure that Mr. Lusk can carry on in your absence. Okay. Strategic plan.
Extension.
Oh, thank you. I need a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
I have a second. Second by, motion by Director Garr, second by Director Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye. Sorry, aye.
Opposed by Director just second, Director Dodd. Okay, strategic plan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief. The strategic plan you had before you last time, you gave us comments, kind of went around the horn last time. I would say a lot of those, fit within the general category of shaving around the edges. Generally, the main concepts seem to be acceptable to the board. We went back and took a look at those, implemented nearly all, to be honest. Some we thought were embedded in other places. We think it's ready for adoption tonight, so we're bringing it back to you, for that purpose. Of course, if it didn't hit the mark, we were happy to take additional feedback and continue working on it. I do think there's one concept, though, that I would like to talk about. So this plan is contemplated to be implemented over 3 years. We are not currently resourced to be able to implement this plan immediately. And I feel like I would need to ask about expectations, particularly after our conversation earlier in the evening about resource availability. So if there are components of the plan or something that there's an expectation around, I would probably want to understand that without misunderstanding and then having an issue down the road. The plan itself, though, I think is ready to be adopted based on the feedback we got at the last meeting. So I will go ahead and stop there and see if there are any additional comments.
Mr. Cummins, I sent you an email with 2 comments on it. What do you propose to do with those?
Sorry, John, we had a lot of feedback on this. Do you want to remind me of the 2 comments and I can
Yeah,
walk you through?
one was a typo, and then, but the one of substance is in the strategic capital improvement, strategy number 2. There's our process has a different name. Oh, golly. And we're not using that title of that process in strategy number 2, and I'm wondering, are we discarding that process? What is it?
The key decision point?
Yeah, it's not key decision points. We have a different process that was adopted. Oh, God.
The facilities decision matrix.
Yeah.
So
the board went through, and we had the study committee go through a couple of years of it and came up with a, let me go back and look and see if I can't find this. And we're not using, go ahead. What's the name of it?
It's called the facilities decision matrix.
The facilities decision matrix that the board adopted a couple of years ago. We've never actually used it for a capital facility, but the board adopted it as the means by which we make decisions regarding capital facilities. We're not using that phrase in strategy number 2. And so my question is, are we intentionally, by adopting this strategy, dumping that process?
So the answer to that question is no. I think when I saw that comment, what I was anticipating is if we say as a strategy to enhance the key decision point process to ensure it aligns with board-approved processes includes the decision matrix. Now, I also think you're probably going to take up the decision matrix as part of a new CIP discussion at some point, but there are a number of processes relating to board-approved process.
Except the key decision point process was the predecessor to the process that Director Juszak just read. And so it's confusing if we're saying we're going to go back and modify the prior process that the board rejected in favor of the new process. I'm getting whipsawed here. Are we rejecting one and going back to a prior process?
No.
No. Can I just to support Mac's use of the term, it's a term of art in project management, is key decision points. So it stands to reason that Mac used the term of art in this case as opposed to, the previous process.
That is the previous process.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, the previous process the name was used, and it also coincides with the term of art for what he's talking about here.
Which would have been prior to Mr. Cummins' arrival here, and therefore potentially.
Both of them were prior to his arrival here. So I'm just.
I understand what Mac to have said to be, they are using this word key decision point. It has nothing to do with any prior processes in place. It is a term that is now being used, and the term that Jennifer provided dealing with matrix was to align with the board-approved processes, which is that matrix. And
okay.
So this is just a term. It has nothing to do with anything in past history of RA that would have been prior to Mr. Cummins' time here.
Except by coincidence.
Understand. But it seems to me if we're going to enhance a board-approved, previously adopted process, then that's what we're doing. We're not coming up with a different process. I'm just trying to go for continuity here, folks.
What this deals with, when I read it, was you've gone through the decision matrix about the project that you're going to This is actually the process that you're going to follow once you start a project. So which has to do with funding and timing of the project and not, they're 2 separate issues.
Well, actually, they're the same. When you go back and read that document, it actually has key decision points in it. So that's why I'm saying, it seems to me that strategy number 2 ought to be referencing that process. And if we want to enhance it, God bless.
So you just want a name change? Because it's not an actual change in the strategy. You just want a name change,
I just want it clearly that we're staying with the process that we previously adopted.
which Mr. Cummins has said we are.
I understand that. I want it in the document, as opposed to having to rely on the tape. Who's got a hand up? Jennifer.
Peter, you and I have talked about this. I don't think that the key decision points is the CRIS process.
Right.
And the facilities matrix is the board process. Mm-hmm. And they're 2 different processes, and it's still being used. So that key decision point, you guys see it. It's on Chris's slides every time he does an update, his quarterly updates. That is, from my perspective, the board replaced that with the facility process matrix. But we have not operationalized that ever. So I actually think that it is a valid concern for us to be all on the same page and make sure that we are all saying, are we following one? Are we following both? Are we asking staff in the strategic plan to take a look at both of them and come back to us with a new one? What was the intention, I guess, when staff put it in here?
Yeah, Jennifer, I think the intention was to make sure we have a clear process. So if using the facilities matrix language is what makes it easier to digest, I have no issue with that. And I think we can make that change. Our goal was to make sure that the decision-making process for the board was clear. That's the intention. So if the facilities matrix is the Bible by which we make those decisions, I don't have any issue with changing the language.
Is the unanimous consent to change it so that it reads enhance the facilities review process matrix and key decision point process? Can we put them both in there so that everybody's comfortable? Any objection? Nope. Hearing and seeing none, so ordered. That's the strategic plan in front of us. Any other amendments to the strategic plan? Go ahead, Director Juszczyk.
So I had pointed out that the principles at the beginning, there were some additional ones that were adopted in the comprehensive plan, but I didn't see any edits that you guys made. I had made that suggestion last time. Did you guys decide not to, or?
Yeah, Jennifer, thank you for the question. Yeah, when we took a look at those, the edits that are in the comprehensive plan, that's a planning document. When we looked at the principles as we thought about the original vision for Reston and Reston Association that are broader than just the comprehensive plan, and appreciate that the Fairfax County Comprehensive Plan sometimes tries to be more than just a traditional planning document, but nonetheless, it is a planning document that this was a better capture of the overall principles.
Okay, because I actually think that equity is really important, and it was a founding principle. It just wasn't. I would like to see that the principles follow, for the most part, the comprehensive plan, because it was worked on from that perspective, and equity was definitely one of them, and I think it's become important within the association, or there's been a doubling of our efforts to recognize that. I feel like that's missing. I also had asked that we take a look at the dynamic workforce one from the perspective that part of our workforce is volunteers. And I'm not seeing any edits there.
There was a question.
Jennifer, what edits are you looking for? Distinguishing between volunteers and staff?
Well, I think that our workforce encapsulates, and I tried to stay high level last time. I thought that was what our intention was. So I actually wasn't envisioning that we approve the strategic plan. I was actually thinking we would send this strategic plan out into like an RA News or out to the membership and see if they had any suggestions for us before we went to the approval process. But we have a position within the association that talks about, or that HA does all of our volunteer stuff. So it's not just board members, it's not just our committee volunteers, but we have a position related to our volunteers. And in a nonprofit association, those are part of your workforce. So I feel like that is missing from this strategic plan.
So, sorry, I'm trying to, I want to follow with you here. So is there something that needs to be more specific than strategy 7, recognize and appreciate volunteers?
Yeah, I think that the whole goal, to recruit, retain, and reward a dynamic and invested workforce. I think that goal needs to be a mixture, be really truly a mixture between paid and unpaid people.
Just getting down into the weeds.
Not sure. How can I ask a question, Director Jester?
You're going to ask me exactly how to change it, and I don't have an answer for you. So if you guys, I know you don't want to wordsmith tonight, and I appreciate that I didn't prepare wordsmithing items. So if you want to skip it.
I would say that strategy 7 incorporates volunteers, and therefore that is part of the workforce.
Director Johnson?
Would it be helpful if strategy 7 was moved up on the list to a higher priority? So if strategy 7 became like strategy 2, just to highlight the importance of having, of recognizing and appreciating our volunteers. Because I can understand having it at the bottom of the list would be kind of demoralizing if that were something I was thinking about. But
what about the paid stuff they're going to do?
I would be careful with that language, Director Johnson, Director Farrell, just because then you're saying anyone that's at the bottom of the list is no longer important, and that's not fair to any of these, I don't believe.
Comment.
I'm sorry. I don't see how that's the case. When I'm just saying to move workplace to more prominence in the list.
Let's try and address the chair with our comments so we don't get into personal.
Either way, Mr. Chair, I don't see how that's the case because all I'm saying is to make it more prominent on the list.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Director Mapar.
I think we're getting into the weeds here, in my opinion. I think we're trying to be addressing every single element of a tactical implementation of every type of workforce in here. And in my opinion, this is a strategy goal. It's not intended to be that detailed. The workforce includes both paid, unpaid, volunteers, et cetera, and it's included in here. I don't know why we're discussing this in such detail in this late hour.
Okay. Thank you. I think maybe I object more than, and I get your point, Jalal, and that's why I said I don't want to sit here and wordsmith either. I think that it generally bothers me that like objective 6 just bothers me in general. It feels weird for a membership organization to have that goal. You usually have like an operational efficiencies goal or something like that might talk about your workforce, but it feels odd to me to have it. We also talked a lot about this year advocacy, and I wanted to get some feedback from you guys about what that looks like. I think, we have a partnership in advocacy. We added a land use committee. We have, an EAC committee that has a bunch of things in their documents about advocacy, but I don't think that we've given staff the information that they need to define what we see as a board as advocacy. So I want to make sure that you guys are okay with the concepts in that section.
As it relates, just to answer your question, as it relates directly to land use, I see strategy 1 as a direct correlation. I think the building of the working relationships between the local, regional, and state officials is what we're desperately looking for, both at an advocacy level and from a land use perspective. I think that would benefit us greatly. So I think that part's covered. Some of the other aspects I can't necessarily speak to.
Director
Johnson, I'd love to hear your feedback specifically because
Director Johnson.
Position.
Yeah, when I wrote the advocacy director job description, I was specifically talking about the activities in strategies 1 and 2. And I think they are sufficiently hit from a strategic standpoint in this document.
Further discussion on the strategic plan as amended.
Can we ask what is the next step from a staff perspective?
Sure. I'll say broadly, putting together an implementation plan and necessary resources over time to do certain things. So certain things have to be done sequentially. Certain things we want to wait until we get certain key positions filled, and that'll happen sometime in the next 30, 60, 90 days, depending on the position, that sort of thing. So basically putting together an implementation plan, which will then shape some of the work plans, or I'll say more accurately manipulate some of the work plans because we're already into February. And then try to make sure that we are hitting all the previous commitments the board has asked for. So make sure we're ironed on all that.
And you'll bring that back to the board? Is that the plan?
Sure, I'll update the board, on where these things are happening.
Director Juszczak, I was looking at the principles that are on the what is this, the second page of the document, and I think that the equity piece is there. It's maybe inartfully stated, but it says Reston will put the importance and dignity of everyone as the focal point of planning. I think that gets not as bluntly as I might like it, but I think it gets the equity issue on the radar screen. And I hope that with that thought, you'd be happy to vote in favor of the strategic plan. Any further conversation about the strategic plan at 10 o'clock? 11. Thank you. Go, Director Mapar.
This is a comment very quick. Mac, I hope that you will make sure that the strategic plan aligns with the organizational assessment that was completed and it lines up with it nicely, or the other way.
Sure, happy to talk to that. I think the most important thing in operationalizing a strategic plan is making sure that we are tying back our resourcing and actions to the strategic plan. So one of the ways I've done that in the past, and I'll look at ways we can do that, is when we take actions or say, like you have an item summary, in your board packet, we'll identify which strategic plan objectives and which strategies that is in furtherance of, so that, especially as we get into prioritization discussions, well, these fit within these are kind of outliers, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the strategic plan? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor of adopting the strategic plan as amended, will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Director Juszczak abstains. Director Dodd, has she left? She left?
Yes.
She left?
She left at 10:45.
Okay, so voting in favor is Director Mapar, Director Perry, Director Grouch, Director Director Flashman, Director Johnson, Director Petrine. Voting abstaining is Director Juszczak. Director Greiwitz, you have the last item, and we're only an hour behind.
Awesome. We'll try to get this done here in about 10 minutes, and I think we can do it even quicker than that, but we'll try to stick to this 11:15. So PrAC, this was probably finally an opportunity to really be a liaison for the first time. Like, I've been sitting in all of these, whether it's DRB, PrAC, legal. I've sat in a lot of different committees, and finally this is the first time where I think we've had some board action that a committee needed some greater assistance with to better understand, and are asking me directly to come back to the board for that clarification. So some of the concerns were around the timing of our original motions. We put out 3 motions in regards to pickleball. This actually occurred prior to the motion which then defeated pickleball at Barton Hill. So keep that in mind when it comes to some of the timing that was originally crafted in our motions. But the timing of the motions, the order of which the motions were originally crafted, and staff's involvement, it may not be as specific as PrAC would hope or would like. And so this can be a discussion, again, hopefully time-boxed, about is there an appetite on the board to revisit these motions and provide PrAC with a little bit more guidance in the areas of timing, so how long they have to do this, staff's involvement, actually physically directing staff to perform some of this and bring it back to PrAC so that they can review it and advise on it and then provide us with that recommendation. And then lastly, the order of the motions. So for example, there was a motion that originally asked for site locations to come back in March. And then there was another motion in the summer that actually specified what the criteria for sites should be. PrAC felt that may have been out of order. So that should give a lay of the land of what PrAC is asking for here. Open it up to the board to talk through real quick. Yes.
I just want to clarify, there were only 2 that specifically stated pickleball. The third was all about master planning of parks.
Very fair. And the concern with the master planning and park was really to get staff's involvement in that and have staff drive that for PrAC.
Director Johnson.
So 3 things. One, I know that when I spoke to this, I was very serious about, making this happen. I very much want.
Director Johnson, can you get the microphone in front of you? I can't.
I sure will.
3 seats away.
Yeah. So I was very serious that we take action to find alternate locations. Part of the reason that I voted the way I did was because I wanted us to find another location that wasn't Barton Hill. So I would like us to come up with a time frame. I know Director Perry was initially made the motion to take on the task of identifying new locations. So I would defer to her judgment as to what, or at least to start the conversation as to what the time frame would be for that. And I would also ask that staff resources be used to make that happen.
Director Perry, Director Cummings.
I guess I just think from a clarification standpoint, when the board takes action to get something done, that's an assignment to us. So I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. I understand PrAC may have thought something was being assigned to them, almost as if they might have been staff or something along those lines. That we don't view at all. We might be able to clarify that for everybody. So appreciate it coming back here. But like when you guys say, hey, we want to send this, but we want to look at alternate locations or a parks master plan, how long does that take? And I look at Peter and we're thinking, okay, how can we resource that? That's what's happening. So when we say yes, it's not meant, okay, we'll come to the meetings and PrAC's doing all the work somehow behind the scenes. So, but I appreciate it. Apparently there was some confusion on it. Anyways, that's my working assumption on any of these things. So.
Director Greiwitz, then Director Perry. Director Perry.
So first and foremost, when I made the motions as I did look to our staff to confirm if the dates that I was asking for were doable, and they said yes. In general, I would have been happy to leave PrAC off of these motions and just ask staff to come back with the information, but I knew PrAC would like to be involved and have some kind of say, hence why I included PrAC in my motions. All I was asking for with the first one, which was to come back to us in March with potential optional sites, was not, this is must be where it is. It's, do we have space in Reston that might qualify at whatever that looks like? And when Peter was asked, is it possible for you guys to provide some kind of direction on that by March? The answer was yes.
Director Garwich, then Director Johnson.
I think in the discussion with PrAC, they found it difficult for staff potentially or for themselves to be able to identify without criteria, right? And so this is where the order of which the motions were crafted. To them, again, bringing back to the board, seemed maybe needed a flip-flopping of sorts. So that we establish a criteria from staff, and then from that criteria, staff would then be able to put together a list that we could act on or practice.
Director Johnson.
I remember in that meeting, I actually specifically asked about juxtaposing the order, and Peter made it clear then that it would actually be a better option for us to do it in the order in which it was done, that we go into a preliminary list and then go back with more detailed criteria to do a deeper assessment.
I'll give Pete a chance. Maybe that I wasn't in the meeting, so.
Yeah, so just to kind of revisit the conversation, Margaret had asked, more about a massing exercise. So if we put some courts, do we even have the space to put these things somewhere? So we thought at the time, sure, let's look at that. I have been after the whole time a criteria-based approach. Margaret knows that. Trevor, you're aware of that too. So we're not running into let's just place things where we think they should go, but let's have a predefined list so that we're not just guessing. Given where we are now, if criteria comes first, let's go there. I think it can be done concurrently. I think Director Farrell has made a good point about if we come out with locations, we could run into the same issue as we ran it at Barton Hill. So I don't see why going down a path of criteria-based then looking to do a massing exercise couldn't work either. Both could work in either option, but I think defining criteria is a very important piece of this conversation.
And the facilities review process matrix that the board adopted anticipates that PrAC would be a screening function for facilities. So part of the problem that PrAC had, as a member of PrAC, was, okay, we can't do the facilities review matrix process between when the board adopted this motion and the March board meeting because they had one meeting. They couldn't do anything in one meeting just because of the picket fence phenomenon. They have their meeting is the week after our meeting. So the PrAC came back, and I think Director Garrett has come back to it and said, hey, let's get the criteria together, and then let's go out and identify potential sites and have a rational conversation in the community with what are potential sites. So PrAC is asking us to revisit these motions and change the order and give PrAC and the staff more time, and it not just be a staff exercise, but rather follow the facilities review process matrix that involves PrAC.
So with that in mind, I'll make a motion here. Again, we can discuss it, but at least we'll know what we're discussing for a second. So move to direct staff to develop and establish clear criteria for pickleball courts in Reston, present the findings and criteria to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, PRAC, with the goal of reporting back to the board prior to a site selection exercise no later than Q3.
Second by Director Johnson. Discussion? Director McClure.
Yes, Director Greigich, the word prior to site selection concerns me because, as I recall, Director Perry's motion at the time, to which Peter agreed, was based on this idea that nobody had looked at alternative sites when they looked at Barton Hill. And then the question was, could you identify at least some sites, no selection? Are there sites that are potential sites that could be used? I know it's a fairly general thing, but the idea was not to dive into spending time and resources, another 2 years to generate metrics and turn it into a project management concept of reviews, this, that. It was just a simple question of, we previously did not look at alternative sites. Are there potential sites, yea or nay, and here are maybe 2 or 3 of them, without any regard to criteria for selection or anything like that. So the word selection concerns me a little bit.
I said this motion is prior to site selection, develop the criteria prior to engaging in site selection.
That's precisely what I'm getting at.
Yes, so personally, I think it would be easier as a board member to help communities, to help justify to the communities that find themselves on that initial list, if I have criteria as to why they were selected to be on that list. But if I just put 6 different clusters or neighborhood, they just show up on a list, we're probably going to hear about it. And so we need some sort of backing to show that we've thought through this.
Director Petrine.
I would, since most, in fact, none of you were on the board when Barton Hill was brought up originally, staff did a study, a distance study of how far away from homes all of the existing tennis courts were. So in terms of data, there's a mountain of data from both sides of the issue that could be accumulated, sifted through, and come up with criteria. And you would identify, I think where we're going now, and Margaret's proposal relied on going to sites that are not currently courts, which I think is good, but we should have criteria that you don't want it to be, 25 feet away from somebody's backyard. That's not going to work. And the other, well, just at this point, just the site selection is, it's how does the community get informed about the potential?
I need a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
11:30, folks.
By the way, I vote nay.
Got it.
I vote.
Director Mopar, then Director Jessac.
I fully appreciate that we need metrics or criteria. My concern is to the members, to the racquetball community that are really asking for these courts. And I don't want to shortchange them because Barton Hill didn't get approved. So all I'm asking is not spend so much time generating criteria that it becomes end of the year before we do anything. At least in an iterative process, identify some of these things concurrently with maybe some initial draft of some criteria that will help us get the ball rolling as a way of showing the membership that we care about their needs and concerns, and we want to do something about that.
And the end of third quarter is September 30th.
It's a lot of time.
And yet at that point, we're already in budget process and there's nothing to discuss until at least 2 or 3 years from now.
Director Perry. if we were going to go to a new site, we're talking about a rezoning right now. So it's going to be more than 2 or 3 years. Further discussion?
Next.
Director Juszczyk.
I would like you to change the word selection, because I don't want there to be anything out there that makes people think that the board has now approved a selection of a site. It needs to be, something with the criteria, and then
Prior to identification?
Identification, something more along those lines. Possible site identification, whatever. But selection makes it sound like the board's taking action to put in process that we are selecting a
We have your
site.
point. We have your point. Director Grywich is looking at making a change.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the second thing I want to ask is, we already have motions approved that I think are kind of doing the same thing. So what happens to the motions that we approved last month if we approve this one?
These motions would be a clarification of the prior motions. Director Grywich, do you have a place where you're going to satisfy Director Juszczyk?
I hope so. Okay. So the first part remains, it's to move direct staff to establish a career criteria. The back end of this, though, with the goal of reporting back to the board prior to a site identification exercise, no later than Q3.
Does that satisfy you, Director Juszczyk?
Sure.
Is there consent to that restatement of the motion? Director Flashman, is there consent to that restatement of the motion as just read?
I was asking my colleague as to whether staff didn't want also sites, some tentative movement towards some sort of site.
Well, at this first, he's talking about developing the criteria. Then I think you'll have a motion on identifying sites. But first, I think he wants to talk about identifying criteria before moving to site identification. Right.
No, this would be all-inclusive. So we need to figure it out if we have a problem.
So I think what you would do would be.
Can you direct your comments to the whole board?
Yes. I think what you would do would be to add at the end, including tentative indication of sites.
I can tell you haven't gone through this process. You're not going to identify sites by October. You're going to develop the criteria, and then you're going to start talking about sites. You won't have a site identified by October. I've done this.
And then if that's the case, then Q4. End of Q4.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry. I guess I misunderstood your original thought here. This is purely to send out for the criteria, but it is saying that the whole criteria's point is to go through a site selection exercise eventually.
Eventually,
Yeah.
yes, you and I are in agreement on that.
Yeah, so I don't know if I specified that correctly, but I'm
Can you reread it, please?
Yes. Move to direct staff to develop and establish clear criteria for pickleball courts in Reston, present the findings and criteria to PrAC with the goal of reporting back to the board prior to a site identification exercise no later than Q3.
You've heard the motion. Further debate that's actually, are we ready to vote? Director Mapar.
I still have issues with the word clear criteria, the word clear, whatever you're using, because that is very vague to me, and that implies you have to have 250 criteria, or you could have 500, you could have 3. I would be more comfortable with an initial set of criteria to be updated at a later time or something along those lines.
You want us to drop the word clear?
Yes.
So it'll just be criteria. Vague criteria. No,
Yes.
I'm just playing it. I'm just playing with you.
Vague criteria. That's all right.
Well, side note, if you look at my original motions, it was not that the criteria had to be completely set by when I asked. It was come up with some basics so that we know where we're going, how we're moving forward. And basically this is saying, nope, got to have it all done right now, period. And that is not what I asked for. This does not meet what I was asking for.
Further conversation on the motion that now no longer has the word clear in it. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? He made
get that, I'm sorry.
He made the change to take out the word clear.
It's gone.
I apologize.
It's gone.
You're in favor? Let me do it again. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Director Mapard, Director Grouch, Director Flashman, Director Johnson, Director Petrine. I'm going to ask, Director Jussack, you voting opposed or voting in favor? Which is it?
She has to
Ma'am,
unmute herself.
you're muted.
Nay, I'm voting nay.
Director Jussack votes no. Director Perry votes no. You have another motion there?
I do, and quite frankly, this one it's very similar to what's been adopted. I think there was just a clarification needed that it's truly staff working on this and bringing it back to PrAC. So again, I'll just reiterate, move to direct staff to work with PrAC to design a master planning process for the.
Whoa. When are we going to get sites identified? Do you have a motion asking them to come back with a deadline to identify sites?
I do, well.
No.
No, at the moment,
was taken care of in the previous motion.
What was not clear when I said staff and PrAC? I mean, you got 4 minutes. I really need to go now.
But can we have a date for PrAC to identify potential sites?
That's not, you can't based on what he's provided.
Yes, you can. You can say to
Yeah, we
PrAC,
can
come up with the criteria by the end of third quarter and then come back to us with sites by first quarter of 2025 or second quarter of 2025.
But you already put in the last motion to identify sites.
No, it wasn't. It was to, that's not what it said. That's not what the motion said. I'm sorry. The motion said come up with criteria before you do site
And
selection.
I would ask the secretary to reread the motion because it was in there.
I read it. We don't need to do that. Now the question is, when do we want PrAC and staff to come back to us with sites?
Well, then make a motion, John, because the rest of the board's not feeling that.
Move to direct staff to create,
To identify?
to move to direct staff to develop a pickleball court initial list of potential sites. Sorry, working this on the fly.
Move to identify
Potential sites for,
potential sites.
Move to identify potential sites for pickleball courts in Reston based on the criteria established in the previous motion, no later than Q1 of FY25. I don't know. That's what was.
want to say Q2
Of this.
of 2025?
I think Jalal is saying the other way. I think he's saying.
Too late?
Yeah, it's too late.
What's too late?
Why is it too late?
You're looking at 1 year
We
from
have
now?
no motion. We don't have a motion.
Q1 of FY25. That's the motion. And then
Second?
A second.
Discussion?
Yeah.
Director Jussack, Director Mopar. Director Jussack.
We have no approved criteria. We have that the staff is going to bring us back approved criteria, or that they're going to bring us back criteria, but we don't know when the board's going to approve that criteria. And we have no mechanism right now to take that criteria out to the members. You can't get to where the way that you guys are formulating it. You're coming up with a plan to implement pickleball, and you can't do that tonight. We have processes. It's why the motions were done the way they were done the last time, is because they were all possibilities. And so I still object to, I appreciate, Trevor, you coming up with it on the fly, and I think your motion is well done, but I don't think that we're in a position to take this on.
Director Johnson.
I'm going to suggest that we hold at the previous motion and come back next month with an actual set of plans that will lay out the process.
I second that.
I'm not sure, I'm trying to understand, what motion are you making that's different from the motion we already adopted?
I didn't make a motion. Oh, I just said I suggest.
I thought you were moving.
No. I was suggesting that we hold at the previous motion, at the motion we just passed,
Yes,
and we take no further action. Next month, we come back with a plan.
take no further action.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Well, you're saying hold, and I thought you
Okay.
wanted to hold the motion we adopted.
Oh, no. I'm saying take no further action tonight on this issue. Next month, we take this up again and put together an actual plan for implementation of that first motion.
So there was an original motion.
May I make a suggestion for a simplified motion? We table the further consideration of this matter until the next meeting.
Thank you.
Director Flashman, I believe you meant defer this matter.
Okay,
Defer.
defer.
I meant that as well.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Second,
Second.
discussion?
There is a motion already in place to put this list together. My intention is not to eliminate the list being put together, and that is what we are doing. So we are backtracking significantly on that portion of it. Yes, we are.
You're misunderstanding my intent. I'm not saying that we go back before your motion. I'm saying that you've made your motion. That's all we do is the action from that motion. We don't do anything else.
But Margaret's original motion was to establish some sort of tentative list, and that was approved by this board. And now we are striking that completely from the record when PrAC is only asking us to flip-flop the original motions. They're just saying, look, guys, you put them out of order. You didn't establish criteria, and you wanted to put a list together of potential sites. They're just saying, please flip-flop the dates on us, and I'm trying to just do that. I'm trying to put the criteria before the tentative list. It's not establishing pickleball in Reston. It's doing what we already decided as a body. It's just putting some different dates on it so that it makes sense. Criteria first, list second.
Margaret's motion regarding the establishment of tentative sites hasn't been overruled.
Yes.
It has. That's what we were providing clarity
Has been
on.
overruled.
Why, all he did was say, we're going to have criteria by
Right.
date certain.
Right, but it also
Which is
was
directly
before,
in contradiction to her
before
motion.
site selection. We're going to have criteria.
Right.
So to the extent that her motion said, come back with sites, we have given a different direction. Come back with criteria before you come back with sites.
But it doesn't change coming back with sites.
It changes the
A
date.
motion,
It does, but
a motion to end the meeting.
Second.
Second.
Point of order, you had a motion and a second to defer.
And you have a motion on the table from me prior to all of that.
Defer can interrupt.
Yeah, but your motion didn't get seconded.
It did,
So,
because that's why
first-
it did. We are in discussion of my motion.
I didn't hear a second to your
I
second
did.
motion.
I seconded his
Okay.
motion.
Yeah.
All right, first, I need a motion to extend the meeting till 11:40.
So,
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Director Juszek opposes. Everybody else votes in favor. Director Perry and Director Dodd are not here. Shit. Okay, motion to defer would apply to the motion that he made And is there any further discussion? Motion is to defer this conversation until next month.
There wasn't a second on that, but there was a second.
Yes, there was.
I seconded.
Yes, there was.
I seconded that.
Yes, there was. Oh. Right. So, all those in favor of deferring this, deferring Director Greiwich's motion to the following month will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Director Greywich and Director, the motion to defer carries. There being no further business before the body, we are adjourned at 11:35.